Chapter 5:13. It was the 6th day of the 6th lunar month. Perhaps it was to celebrate the festival, and even the heavens added to the fun. It rained early in the morning. When the sun came out, it was clear and cool, which made people feel good for no reason. Yushu had nothing to do in the morning, so she went to Wangji Tower. The weather was cool, so she asked the waiter to bring a rattan chair to the balcony. She warmed a pot of scented tea and sat next to the feng shui pool, reading the 2 volumes of chaotic sky divination record that had been kept at the bottom of the box for many days. When she wanted to learn this strange art of Mount Longhu, no one taught her. She had to memorize it several times. Probably because of her limited aptitude, she memorized 10% of it but could only understand less than 10%. As a result, she lost interest in it for a period of time and put it on the shelf. Now that Jing Chen wanted to take advantage of her, he reminded her of this astrology art. Now, she had other plans in mind. In order to deal with being forced to do something in the future, she wanted to pave a way for herself as much as possible. The more skills she learned, the more capital she had to protect herself. She sat here for the whole morning. Who knew that when it was almost noon, Shui Rui also came? The two did not make an appointment in advance, so it was a bit unexpected that they would meet in a restaurant on such a day. Dingbua Hall is going to hold a banquet today. What are you doing here? Go home and dress up. Shui Rui walked to the front from behind Yushu and put one hand on her left shoulder. He glanced at the book in her hand and vaguely saw the clear handwriting on the paper. Yushu closed the book and tilted her head to look at him. Seeing that he was wearing a formal official robe, she smiled and teased him. I'm fine. No matter how I dress up, I only have 1 nose and 2 eyes. I can't be a fairy. On the other hand, you are handsome. If you dress up well, I don't know how many young ladies you can charm at the gentleman's banquet. Find me a beautiful sister-in-law. Hearing this, Shui Rui laughed angrily. He raised his hand to pinch the tip of her delicate nose and pinched it. He lowered his head and got closer to her. Do you want to call yourself sister-in-law? Yushu's vision darkened. Seeing that he was about to kiss her, she quickly covered his mouth with one hand and slid down from the chair. She stood a few steps away with the book under her arm and leaned against the fence. She blinked at him. Do you want to be my brother-in-law? I wanted to, but you didn't agree. Shui Rui raised his eyebrows and reached out to pull her again. He happened to hold her hand that was holding the book and said, Tonight, Jing Chen will also attend the gentleman banquet. Do you think he will do something? Hearing his words, Yushu remembered that she had met Jing Chen at the tea hut yesterday. She frowned slightly and said, I was just about to tell you that I met Jing Chen yesterday and heard him talk about the reason for the fairy maiden 6 letters. Yushu repeated Jing Chen's words. When she said, kill without mercy, Shui Rui's expression changed slightly. He was silent for a moment and said in a low voice, This is not much different from our previous speculation. Yunhua probably died because of this. Shu, you must be careful. Don't let others know that you have a relationship with him. Put away that ring. Don't wear it. I'm always worried that other than Axian Lishan, someone else will recognize it. Yushu thought for a while but did not agree. She shook her head and said, Master once told me not to take off this ring at any time. I didn't listen to him at first, and disasters happened one after another. Later, when I wore it, it seemed to be much smoother. I don't know what is the relationship between the two. But Axian Lishan said that this is a treasure. I guess it will have the effect of turning misfortune into blessing. Just like the adversity blocking stone on Jing Chen. If that is the case, it is better to wear it. Don't worry, I will hide it well and not let others see it. After listening to her explanation, Shui Rui did not force her anymore. He turned to ask, Just now, you said that you met Jing Chen. He only told you this and nothing else. Yushu glanced at him and said, He asked me if I will go to the banquet tonight. Rui showed a trace of doubt on his face. He laughed and said, "Why did he ask this? If you go, just go. Can he still fight for a golden jade hibiscus and give it to you?" After he finished speaking, he saw Yushu's expression changed. He was stunned and then said in surprise, "Don't tell me that he really intends to do this. Didn't they say that they found a substitute for you to lure the snake out of the hole? Then he showed his good side to you with great fanfare at the banquet. What is his purpose?" Yushu sneered, "How do I know what they are thinking? Maybe they think that Zhang Yuan is attracting enough attention now, so they want to drag me out to avoid being exposed. After all, I had a friendship with Jing Chen before, and it's not that no one knows. But few people know that we have broken off our friendship these days." She thought it through. From the moment Jing Chen told the Titty that she was the one who broke his life, her business was no longer up to her. Rui looked at her face and his expression changed back and forth. After a few moments, he returned to normal. He rubbed her slender fingers and comforted her, "No matter what, I will be with you." Yushu turned around and saw his calm look. She felt much more at ease. She breathed a sigh of relief and turned her eyes to talk about his business. "Don't keep talking about me. You are the troublesome one tonight. Commandery Princess Shuwen set a trap for you. She is trying her best to snatch the golden jade hibiscus. Let's see what you will do when she is sent to you." Rui said, "What else can I do? I will refuse her and make her give up." Yushu was very satisfied with his attitude, but she pretended to be worried and said, "Aren't you afraid that you will make her angry and cause more trouble?" Rui touched his chin and thought for a while. He said casually, "It's still too early to say that. The people who will go to Dingbo Hall tonight are all capable people. Which one of them is not skilled in both the pen and the sword? But there are only 2 golden jade hibiscus. It's not certain whether she will get it. You don't know that I also wanted to fight for one 3 years ago, but I didn't get it in the end." Yushu also knew that Dingbo Hall would be lively tonight. She looked at Rui and her eyes were filled with memories. She seemed to be thinking of the scene 3 years ago. Maybe there was also the beautiful 10th princess. She was a little unhappy in her heart. She snorted and pulled his hand in front of her. She rolled up his sleeve and revealed his wrist. She bit it hard. She only let go when she heard him gasp. She stretched out her finger and gently touched his angular jaw. She smiled and said, "If it wasn't because of that troublesome person who can't let others know that we are in a relationship, I will snatch a hibiscus for you tonight no matter what. It will make you happy." Rui was dazzled by her delicate and arrogant smile, and he felt strangely delighted in his heart. In the next moment, his brows eased up, and he stared at her with eyes that were filled with tender affection as he said to her in a warm voice, "I should say that." As he finished speaking, he pulled her hand down and pulled her to his chest. He stroked her stiff back and stroked her hair. "Next time before you bite me, ask me. I was thinking of you just now." Chapter 5:14. In the afternoon, she temporarily separated from Rui. Yushu fished out the whole set of crystals from the foam pond one by one. She wiped them clean with a cotton cloth, put them in a mahogany box, and took them home. Pei Jing had already prepared clothes, shoes, and socks in a hurry, as well as carefully selected rouge girls, waiting for her at Zhao Hui's house. Seeing that she came back at this time, he couldn't help urging her, "Why are you still running around today? What time is it? Go back to your room to take a bath and freshen up. If you stay any longer, I'll go out to find you. Did you bring the things back?" Pei Jing counted on Yushu to be a living signboard so that the crystals she had raised could be sold at a sky-high price. Therefore, compared to Yushu, he paid more attention to tonight's hibiscus gentleman's banquet. "I brought them back." Yushu handed the heavy mahogany box to him. Crystals were psychic gems. The longer they were soaked in the foam pond, the brighter they became. Generally, it would take 7 days for them to be finished. The set in her hands had been raised in the foam pond for half a month. Pei Jing carefully took the box and put it on the table by the window. He rubbed his fingers and slowly opened the box. In an instant, he was dazzled. Crystals of various colors were piled up together. They were pink, yellow, purple, and white, full of watery light. Even though Pei Jing had seen it once 2 days ago, he couldn't help but click his tongue at this time. His mind was shaken. He held his breath and closed the box again. He still felt a little dizzy. Originally, he was 80% confident, but now it became 10%. Okay, go in and get ready. This is Song Nyangzi, who is in charge of dressing and combing hair. This is Huan Nyangzi, who is in charge of making perfume and rouge. They are all people I borrowed from the Hengwu restaurant in the north of the city. Pei Jing introduced them to Yu Shu, and then reminded the 2 ladies in the suitcases, take care of them. I'll have to trouble you 2 ladies to tidy up my niece. Make sure her clothes and jewelry are ready. As for her makeup and face, it must match this set of jewelry. The 2 ladies had already sized up Yu Shu. They smiled at Pei Jing and said, Boss Pei, don't worry. This lady looks clean and elegant. It's best to take care of her. She also has such good clothes and jewelry. We'll take care of her properly. Just wait. When we come out later, we'll give you a beauty. Hearing that, Yu Shu curled her lips and thought to herself, what beauty? It's just a moving counter that's used to hang crystals. The curtain of night had just fallen, and the main street in front of the Dingbo Hall in the northern part of the city was already bustling with people and carriages. It was the annual Hibiscus Gentlemen's Banquet. Other than unmarried noble ladies and unmarried young talents, there were also many officials and nobles in the capital who came to join in the fun and watch the fun. The Empress was ill and this year's banquet was hosted by noble consort Shui. They borrowed the Xiang Wang Fu's side restaurant. Xiang Wang Fei would definitely be there. There should be someone else from the palace, but it was unknown which concubine would be accompanying. On the street, a green sedan came with a person and a horse. The person on the horse was turning his head to talk to the person in the sedan. I was not supposed to be here tonight, but my mother got a favor card from Xiang Wang Fei and sent me here. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm still drinking with the men in the camp. Feng Xiaomiao rode on the horse and complained to Shui Rue in the sedan. He looked very dissatisfied with Lady Feng forcing him to drink water. He was younger than Shui Rue by 3 to 5 years and had not passed the age where he liked to play around. It was not that there was no one in the room to accompany him in bed, but women were not as attractive to him as good wine and brothers. Shui Rue did not agree with his words and reprimanded him instead. You are not young anymore and should be sensible. Don't always let General Furen worry for you. I heard that you fought with someone in the army 2 days ago and General Feng came to apologize for you. I see that you are alive and kicking today. Could it be that you managed to get old Furen to come over and not get beaten by your father? Feng Xiaomiao smiled embarrassedly and said guiltily, it's all because of that boy. He's just a Shu's son of the second branch of the Yin family and he dared to strut around in the camp and bully people as he pleased. He even pretended to be a big-tailed eagle in front of me. It was already a light punishment that I did not beat him until his teeth fell all over the floor. I only had a few drops of blood from his nose and he was crying for his parents. He was afraid that Shui Rue would blame him again if he continued to ask, so he quickly changed the topic. Brother Rue, didn't the Lotus branch also receive the banquet invitation? Why didn't I see her? Didn't she come with you? Feng Xiaomiao ran into Yu Shu and Shui Rue hugging each other in the restaurant that day and guessed that the relationship between them was unusual. So he was a little puzzled when he did not see Yu Shu. Shui Rue was sensitive and found out the meaning of Feng Xiaomiao's words. Thinking of Yu Shu's current situation, he said without thinking, tonight is the Hibiscus Gentlemen's Banquet. It will be criticized if she comes with me. Feng Zhaomiao was stunned and wanted to say something, but he heard a whistling sound behind him. In the blink of an eye, 2 horses leaped past him and startled the horse under him. But he heard a hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, 11th Prince, you have to admit defeat. The snow-treading horse under you is now mine. Then there was an exasperated voice, Zhu'er. How dare you play tricks with me? Shui Rui's gaze flickered when he heard this voice, and he lifted the curtain of the palanquin with one hand, causing him to see that there were 2 horses that stood in opposition under the lanterns a few meters ahead of him. The 11th Prince, Lu Yi, was flying into a rage out of humiliation as he raised his horsewhip and pointed it at the young man on the crimson-red horse before him. In an instant, everyone on the street turned around to look at him. The man on the red horse was in his 20s. He wore a green robe, had long arms and legs, and his black hair was tied up. His forehead was full, and he had thick eyebrows and long eyes. He sat high on the back of the horse and looked down with one arm holding the reins. His movements were free and easy, and he looked heroic. Shui Rui recognized him at a glance. He was one of the 3 people he suspected had something to do with the 10th princess's suicide. He was the number 1 aristocratic family in the capital, 2nd young master Zhu Qingjue. Zhu Qingjue seemed to feel the gaze from afar. He turned his head and met Shui Rui's probing eyes. 4 eyes met and 2 pairs of sword-like eyebrows raised. Under the night lights, it was like 2 swords clashing, and sparks flew. Shui Rui gently nodded and let down the curtain. Zhu Qingjue's mouth twitched. He dismounted and threw the reins to an attendant. He then said to Lu Yi, who was shouting at him, 11th Prince, lower your voice. I can see that your blood and qi are deficient, and your kidney and spleen are weak. It should be caused by indulging in sensual pleasures. If you don't want to leave a hidden illness, I will give you a prescription. Find me after today's banquet. He did not care about Lu Yi's expression and walked into the Dingbo Hall with his hands behind his back. Feng Zhaomiao saw this scene and clicked her tongue. She bent down and said to Shui Rui, Brother Rui, did you see that? In the entire capital, 2nd young master Zhu is the most arrogant person. Even the 11th prince is slightly inferior. Chapter 5:15. In the Dingbo Hall, guests came one after another. The person in charge of the palace had not arrived yet. In the back garden of the Dingbo Hall, there was a natural lake. It was the only place where there was running water. This exquisite feng shui hall was given by the late emperor to His Majesty when he was still a prince. Later, when His Majesty succeeded the throne, he gave it to his younger brother, Prince Yang. Usually, the Dingbo Hall did not allow outsiders to enter. Only on a good day like today could it be lively. On the shore of the lake, there were a few waterside pavilions, and the shadows of people could be seen. On the surface of the lake, there was a winding bridge, and the bridge was densely covered with lanterns, like a colorful dragon lying on the surface of the water. In the middle of the lake, there was an octagonal pavilion. In the pavilion, there was a musician playing a zither and a bell. Xian Lu met Situ Qinglan outside a greenhouse. Miss Ning came with her. The 3 girls walked on the bridge together. At this time, on the bridge, there were many dazzling people wearing fragrant clothes. The girls invited tonight were all dressed up meticulously, wearing new clothes and accessories. Even if they weren't fighting for the one and only golden jade hibiscus, they still wanted to show off their elegant demeanor at this annual banquet so that they wouldn't fall behind others. Look, there is a big group of koi. Xian Lu lies on the railing of the bridge, leaning forward to point at a large carp swimming under the bridge. Under the illumination of the bridge lights, it looks like a huge colorful cloud drifting across the ink-black bottom of the water. Situ Qinglan saw it and couldn't help but exclaim, apart from the imperial garden of the palace, I'm afraid you can only see such a group of 3-colored danding in the Dingbo Hall. Last year, I raised a pair in the wind pond, but they were not as colorful as the ones in the lake. At this time, a laugh came from the side. This girl is really knowledgeable. Koi raised in the running water is indeed the best. Situ Qinglan and the other two girls turned around and saw a young man standing a few steps away. He had a dignified appearance and was nodding at them politely. However, his eyes were clearly on Situ Qinglan, who was dressed in a yellow dress and had an elegant appearance. Situ Qinglan blushed and took half a step back. When she was about to greet him, she heard Xian Lu call someone out. Second brother Qi, why are you alone? Where's young lord? Aren't the two of you inseparable from each other? The visitor was Grand Scholar Qi's second young master, Qi Mingxiu, and the young lord that Xian Lu mentioned was Count Zhongyong's young master, Ruilin. Qi Mingxiu retracted his gaze and said helplessly to the lively Xian Lu, today Ruilin wants to bring younger sister along, I did not go with him. Moreover, the two of us are just young brothers, it is true that we often see each other, we are not as clingy as you say. Xian Lu curled his lips and said, young Master Xuan and Feng Xiaomiao are sworn brothers, but they are not as close as you two. Ahem, Qi Mingxiu glanced at Situ Qinglan awkwardly. To prevent Xian Lu from blabbering, he quickly changed the topic and asked, may I know which mansion this young lady is from? May I know your surname? In such a huge city like Enling, some people lived for more than 10 years but never saw each other. Especially between men and women, they only heard of each other's names but never saw each other. After all, Situ Qinglan was from an aristocratic family, and she was slightly older, so she did not be shy or rude. She bowed to Qi Mingxiu and said, my surname is Situ. Xian Lu interrupted, Sister Situ is a student of our Taisher Library, an 8th grade Yisher. Her grandfather is Academician Fong who teaches magic. Miss Situ, I am Qi Mingxiu, sorry for my rudeness. Qi Mingxiu also bowed to Situ Qinglan. A man and a woman who were strangers met for the first time at this banquet and asked each other about their families' names. This was not the only situation that happened. Qi Mingxiu was eloquent, so he quickly used the topic of koi fish to talk with Situ Qinglan. Xian Lu could not get a word in, but Miss Ning, who was with him, noticed it and pulled Xian Lu to the side. Xian Lu was puzzled, we are talking, why are you pulling me? Sister Situ is still there. Miss Ning whispered to her, hush, you silly girl. Didn't you see that second Master Qi is too lazy to care about you and me? He's here for Miss Situ. If we stand on the side, won't we be in the way? The two stood far away. Xian Lu turned back to look at Qi Mingxiu and Situ Qinglan, and felt that second Master Qi was very attentive tonight. She turned back to look at the bridge, and there were all kinds of young men and women. She did not know when, but there were a few more pairs of figures. TSK, she spat and rolled her eyes, how boring, if I knew this would happen, I would not have come. Miss Ning ignored her, and only held her hand to stop her from running around. She casually looked in the direction of the bridge, as if she was looking for something. What are you looking for? Xian Lu asked her. Miss Ning was born in a scholarly family, and she was also a generous person. She was also Xian Lu's best friend, so she honestly said, I am not like you, who can go out every day. I am always cooped up at home, and can only go out in a sedan chair. There are many people in the capital, but I have only heard of them, but have never seen them. It is rare to have a chance tonight, so I want to feast my eyes. Oh. Xian Lu was curious, so, who do you want to see? Miss Ning pursed her lips and smiled. She moved closer to her ear and said, there are a few outstanding women in the capital, I have seen most of them, such as Mingyue of the Yin family, Zizhu of the Rui family, and Princess Shiwen of the Xiang Palace. As for this man, I have a few that I want to see with my own eyes, to see if they are worthy of their name. The first one is Daoist Jing Qin, who has recently become famous. He is the youngest academician of the Imperial Historian Academy, the son of Yunhua Yi and Princess Lu Yu. What kind of immortal is he? The second one is the young master of the Shui family, who did not make a move in the capital 3 years ago and hid in the city for a while. He became famous at a young age. I have heard that he is the most elegant person in Anling, but I don't know if he is really unique or not. The third one is the young king of medicine, Zhu Qingjue. I want to see if this madman of the capital has 3 heads and 6 arms. Xian Lu listened and laughed. She pinched her arm and said, I have seen all 3 of them. Why do you suddenly sound strange after you mention them? Miss Ning glanced at her. That's good. When you see them later, point them out to me. That's nothing. Xian Lu's eyes turned and swept across the bridge. She looked into the distance, and her eyes lit up. She quickly pointed to the shore. See, the person you want to see is here. Miss Ning followed her finger and looked to the shore. Her vision was instantly taken away by a white robe. She saw that the person was tall, and his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He had a white face without a beard, and his handsome appearance could be vaguely seen. He was like a white crane standing alone, and also like a cool breeze. Oh, this is Academician Jing. Miss Ning's eyes were full of admiration. She nodded and said, this kind of grace, only Dozi can match it. Xian Lu said, Academician Jing is good-looking, and his temperament is also kind. I don't know how many female students of the Imperial Historian's Library admire him, openly and secretly trying to get close to him. That Miss Jean of the Jean family that I told you about a few days ago, the one that just entered the Celestial Commissioner as a female official. She has always had ideas about Academician Jing. I don't know if she came today. Miss Ning came back to her senses and said, you women of aristocratic families are all bold and don't know shame. Pa, I don't know who specially came to see men. Xian Lu reached out to twist her waist. Miss Ning dodged and retreated at the same time. The 2 of them were laughing and joking at the end of the bridge. No one paid attention and they accidentally bumped into someone. Oh. Miss Ning stepped on a foot and heard a cry of pain. Xian Lu pulled her back and steadied her. She quickly turned around to apologize, but before she could say, sorry, she heard a tender rebuke. What kind of place is this? You dare to mess around? Do you have any rules? Coincidentally, the person that Miss Ning stepped on was none other than Zhanshu Yuan that Xian Lu had just mentioned. When Xian Lu looked up and saw who it was, he frowned. He held his handkerchief and retorted, whether we have rules or not, it's not up to you to teach us. The bridge is so wide, who told you to get close to us? Zhanshu Yuan also recognized Xian Lu and knew that she was on good terms with Yu Shu. He hated her and sneered, it seems that some people not only don't know the rules, but are also unreasonable. Birds of a feather really do flock together. What kind of people make friends with what kind of people? Xian Lu wasn't someone to be trifled with. Hearing her insinuations, he raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Seeing that the 2 of them were about to quarrel, Miss Ning got a headache and tried to persuade them. On the other side, the girls that came with Zhanshu Yuan also approached. The one who was surrounded in front and behind was actually Princess Shiwen. What are you shouting for? Don't say a word. Are you afraid that you won't make a fool of yourself? Tonight, Shiwen had really put on makeup. She was wearing a wide-sleeved purple dress, and her figure was delicate and competitive. Her hair was combed into a flying immortal bun, and there were peach blossoms on her forehead. Her face was delicate and beautiful, and a priceless purple jade tassel ring hung around her snow-white neck. She was dazzling. As soon as she appeared, she stole the limelight on this half of the bridge, making all the other girls pale in comparison. Even though Xian Lu was dissatisfied, she knew that she couldn't confront her directly, so she stepped forward with Miss Ning to greet her. Seeing that they had admitted defeat, Zhanshu Yuan was proud. She walked back to Shiwen and her expression became a little flattering. Princess, there are so many people on this bridge. Why don't we go to the greenhouse over there and sit down? Shiwen glanced at her but didn't agree. Instead, she asked Xianlu, where is Yuswanzi? Xianlu had more or less heard about the conflict between Yushu and Princess Shiwen, so he said vaguely, I came early and didn't see her. Shiwen smiled and gently waved the beauty fan in her hand. She turned her head and spoke to a beautiful girl behind her, who was not inferior to her. Sister Zijou, you probably haven't seen our female Yuswanzi. You are always in your boudoir, so you probably haven't heard of her. This year, Yuswanzi is in charge of Cousin Rui's Wangji Tower. She is close to Cousin Rui. It seems that she lives in the restaurant and often goes in and out with Cousin Rui. Hearing this, Rui Zijou immediately frowned. As early as a month ago, she heard from the elders in her family that they intended to betroth her to the eldest son of the Shui family. She also had some young girl feelings for Shui Rui, so when she heard that another girl was too close to her future husband, how could she like her? Xianlu also frowned. He heard the ambiguity in Shiwen's words, which implied that Yushu had bad conduct, so he said in a low voice, Princess, don't listen to nonsense. Her family lives in the south of the city. Why does she live in the restaurant? Besides, we all know that she is brother and sister with the eldest brother of the Shui family. Brother and sister. Shiwen covered her mouth with the fan and laughed so hard that her shoulders shook. A cold light flashed in her eyes. No wonder I heard her call him brother so affectionately. This time, Rui Zijou's expression became even worse. Miss Ning looked at her, quietly pulled Xianlu's back, and dragged the ignorant Rui Zijou away with Shiwen and Xiao Xiai. After they left, Shiwen held Rui Zijou's arm and whispered to her, listen to what I said. Don't ignore it. Watch carefully. This female Yuswanzi is going to fight for the golden jade hibiscus tonight. If Cousin Rui is bewitched by her, what should you do? Rui Zijou bit her lip and couldn't help but worry. Everyone knew that the 2 golden jade hibiscus at the gentleman's hibiscus banquet was a heaven-sent marriage. As long as the man and the woman were willing, it would be a good thing. How about this, I'll fight for the golden jade hibiscus, and you help me secretly. Later, listen to my instructions, and make sure she doesn't get any benefits. Rui Zijou was already upset and didn't know what to do. Hearing Shiwen's suggestion, she hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Chapter 5:16. While Princess Shiwen and Rui Zijou were whispering to each other, Miss Ning and Xianlu retreated and walked off the bridge. Not long after, they saw a group of young men walking over from the stone path of the garden. The man in front saw Xianlu and stopped to greet him. Xianlu, I didn't expect you to be invited this year. Is there no one else in Anling? Isn't the gentleman's lotus banquet supposed to invite beauties who look like hibiscus flowers? You think you're a beauty. Feng Xiaomiao. Xianlu was surprised for a moment, then he reacted and retorted sarcastically, yeah, is there no one else in Anling? The gentleman's banquet of hibiscus only invites gentlemen. What kind of gentleman are you? Miss Ning recognized Feng Xiaomiao and knew he was the young master of General Feng's family. Seeing the two of them bickering, she wasn't surprised. Her gaze fell on the person behind and her eyes lit up for the second time tonight. She saw that the handsome young master was wearing a green silk robe with a jade belt around his waist. His robe was buttoned with beads, a silk scarf was tied around his head, and he held a fan in his hand. His figure was tall and straight, and he looked like a scholar with an indescribable gentleness and elegance. This scholarly young master had a handsome face, especially a pair of black eyes that shone like stars under his thick black eyebrows. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to be filled with love but were fickle. Looking at him would make one fall in love with him, but looking at him would make one fearful. Who knew how many infatuated girls had fallen in love with him? Miss Ning only glanced up and down, then quickly retracted her gaze. She was already certain that this scholarly young master with peach blossom eyes was one of the three people she wanted to see. She had seen Daoist Jing Chen before, and he didn't seem to be as arrogant as the rumors said. He must be the eldest son of the Shui family, the junior minister of the Supreme Court who had solved many big cases, Shui Qingbai. Sure enough, after arguing with Feng Xiaomiao for a while, Xian Lu turned his head and saw Shui Rui. He looked for him to judge. Cousin Shui is also here, can you say something fair? I'm not a beauty, but can Feng Xiaomiao be considered a gentleman? Shui Rui is looking around for Yu Shu when he was called by Xian Lu. He turned around and said to her, those who attend the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet are not all beauties and gentlemen. Whether Xiaomiao is a gentleman or not, I am not sure, but he is definitely not a vile person. Feng Xiaomiao raised her head proudly. Yes, I'm not a gentleman, nor am I a villain. Although Xian Lu was dissatisfied, she could not find fault with it. She could only pout, of course you are speaking up for him. Shui Rui smiled and did not refute. At this moment, a light laughter came from behind. If Lord Shui says it like this, then are you a gentleman or a villain? Everyone turned to see a man walk out from a corner of the flower pond. He wore green robes and had a blue ribbon tied around his hair. As he walked, his sleeves fluttered in the wind. He wore a pair of white boots and as he stepped on the dirt, the crescent moon behind him illuminated the people in front of him. Seeing this person, Miss Ning's eyes brightened once more. That person had just stopped right before Shui Rui. Two men of different appearances, yet similarly outstanding, stood together, and it instantly drew the attention of the young women that wandered in the vicinity, and there were even people on the bridgehead that looked over. Shui Rui was clearly aware that Zhu Qingjue was targeting him. He frowned. It had to be known that the two of them had always minded their own business and never provoked each other. Whether I am a gentleman or a villain, how can I judge for myself? In second young Master Zhu's opinion, am I a villain or a gentleman? Shui Rui raised an eyebrow, asking Zhu Qingjue in response. Zhu Qingjue bluntly said, in my opinion, you are not a villain, but you are far from being a gentleman. Hearing this, before Shui Rui could say anything, Feng Xiaomiao was the first to speak. What do you mean by that? You say that my brother Rui is not a gentleman, but are you? Zhu Qingjue paid no attention to him, and he stared straight at Shui Rui as he said, Shui Qingbi, do you dare compete with me at the gentleman's hibiscus banquet tonight? If I'm able to seize the gold jade hibiscus, then you have to admit that you're a despicable person in public. Shui Rui's eyes widened, and if I win, then I will be the villain. Zhu Qingjue nonchalantly said. Shui Rui smiled coldly and slapped the fan in his hand, I don't need you to be a villain. I just want you to honestly answer a few of my questions. Feng Xiaomiao was scratching his ears and cheeks. Seeing that Shui Rui was about to agree, before he could stop him, he saw Zhu Qingjue raise his right hand. 5 strikes is the agreement. Whoever disobeys loses. Shui Rui raised his palm. Paw. 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 The two struck 3 times and established the agreement. The surrounding audience was shocked and started discussing. Lu Yi stood in the flower house, still angry from Zhu Qingjue's teasing. He said to the person behind him, I want to see them fight each other. You better perform well and ruin their plan. 11th Prince, don't worry. I know. Shiwen held Rui Ziju's arm as they stood at the bridgehead. When she heard Shui Rui and Zhu Qingjue's conversation from afar, she frowned and turned her head to ask Chui Axian behind her, second young Master Zhu and cousin Rui, what's going on? Is there anything that I don't know about recently? When did they become enemies? Chui Axian was also confused, I haven't heard of them fighting. Shiwen thought it was strange. She looked around and couldn't see Zhan Shuyuan. She asked, where is Miss Zhan? Someone pointed angrily towards the shore. Xiwen looked in that direction and saw Zhan Shuiyuan standing in front of the white-robed Jing Qin, saying something with a shy expression. Disdain flashed in Xiwen's eyes. She didn't say anything else and turned to smile at Rui Zizhu. Cousin is over there. Aren't you going to talk to him? No need. Rui Zizhu shook her head shyly. Xiwen pulled her close and whispered into her ear, "What are you afraid of? Little sister is so beautiful tonight that even the gods would be moved. Not to mention that cousin is immortal. Let's go, I'll go with you to see him and give you some courage." Rui Zizhu was indeed a smart girl. She didn't pale in the slightest when she stood next to the beautiful Xiwen. The earl's mansion was full of gold and silver. A pampered daughter wouldn't lose out to the golden branches and jade leaves. The string of priceless purple jade tassels on Xiwen's neck was very eye-catching, but in fact, it couldn't compare to the origin of the hibiscus water droplet on Rui Zizhu's forehead. This was the relic of Empress Ningzhen, the founder of the Dan kingdom. In the capital city, there were several women who used it. Even the imperial concubines and princesses would be jealous. Rui Zizhu was brought in front of Shui Rui by Xiwen with Cui Axian following unhurriedly. "Brother Rui, second young master Zhu, I heard you two making a bet from afar. I wonder who will get the 2 gold and jade hibiscus flowers tonight." After the confrontation between Shui Rui and Zhu Qingjue, the two didn't leave. Seeing Xiwen, Shui Rui just nodded lightly. Xiwen thought that he was still angry because of the dispute over the death of the 10th princess at Wangjilu last time. She didn't care about his cold attitude. She smiled and went to talk to Zhu Qingjue. "Second young master Zhu only talks about gentlemen. It's boring. Why don't you also evaluate the beauties at tonight's banquet?" Zhu Qingjue crossed his arms and looked back at her. He looked at the 2 beauties in front of him. There was no ripple in his eyes. He hooked his lips and said, "I haven't seen many beauties. I can't tell whether they are good or bad." As he said this, he turned to Shui Rui and raised his hand to signal, "I heard that Lord Shui has been a playboy since he was young. You know more about the word beauties than I do. I wonder how many beauties at this banquet caught your eye. I'd like to hear the details." Zhu Qingjue clearly wanted to make things difficult for Shui Rui tonight. How could he casually evaluate beauties? If he was right, he would have a reputation of being a playboy. If he was wrong, he would offend a group of narrow-minded women. The men and women at the banquet didn't know what was going on. When they heard that the eldest young master of the Shui family wanted to evaluate beauties, they couldn't help but come forward. Pairs of beautiful eyes looked at him, waiting to hear what he had to say. "Okay, let cousin Rui be the judge. We're all ears." Xiwen gently pushed Rui Zizhu and secretly winked at her. Rui Zizhu blushed, but she slowly straightened her back. Shui Rui swept a glance at Zhu Qingjue, who was looking for trouble, and then he unhurriedly opened his ink-folding fan. From near to far, he saw that in the brightly lit flower garden, there were numerous beautiful faces in fragrant cosmetics and fresh silk clothes, all of them contending with each other for beauty, and it was a scene of great beauty. 3 years ago, when he was admiring Xiaoai, he was still in the mood to appreciate it. Later on, he was blinded by one of the flowers and suffered the consequences. 3 years later, when he attended the banquet again, he had already found a female confidant. Even if she was beautiful enough to captivate the birds and beasts, or to obscure the moon and flowers, it had nothing to do with him. At this time, facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, he looked at the bridge in the distance and was lost in thought. When he arrived at the head of the Permitha Bridge, a floating light entered his eyes. His heart suddenly moved and his lips moved. The so-called beauty uses flowers as her appearance, birds as her voice, and the moon as her spirit. Everyone was engrossed in the story, and no one noticed that a dazzling figure had appeared on the bridge. She was dressed in a long gauze dress that was whiter than snow. She was slim and slender, and she was strolling leisurely in the courtyard, like clouds, and mist, like a light smoke. Willow as her form, jade as her bones, and ice and snow as her muscles. The person on the bridge had dark clouds hanging down her temples. Her hair was covered with silver pearls and a red dot fell on the center of her forehead. Her eyebrows were slanted. With autumn water as her form, and poetry as her heart, I am inseparable. It was her dazzling and translucent body that was shining and moving. It was her eyes that were like cold stars that stood proudly above the crowd. It was not because of her beauty, but because of her unparalleled heart. However, a beauty is not someone in the eyes, but someone in the heart. Shui Rui's lips curled into a faint smile. At this time, there was only one figure in his eyes. At this time, the crowd also noticed that something was wrong and turned around. With just a glance, their attention was captured by the woman who was wearing a glowing silhouette. For a moment, everyone's eyes flashed with amazement. They were a little dazzled and mistakenly thought that they had seen Shui Hibiscus Fairy in her human form. It was really that the beauty was covered from head to toe with a layer of moonlight, and it was too unreal. The first to regain his senses was not Shui Rui, but Zhu Qingjue. He squinted his eyes at the woman who came late. He felt that she looked familiar, but he could not remember who she was. It was only when she walked closer to the crowd that he suddenly remembered and blurted out, "It's you." Yushu was holding a long silk shawl with one hand, revealing a string of pink crystals on her wrist. She had to straighten her neck to prevent the string of pearls from slipping off her head. Along the way, she was secretly complaining, but she did not forget Pei Jing's repeated warnings. She slowly moved towards the crowd. Chapter 5:17. It's you. Yushu had a good memory, especially when it came to people. Moreover, with Zhu Qingjue's appearance, it would be hard for her to forget him even if she only saw him once. It was very easy for her to recognize that the handsome man in a green robe by Shui Rui's side was the chess player she'd met in the pergola at the corner of the garden after she'd been promoted in the Dual Yang Association and went to the Directorate of Astronomy to retrieve her brush. Seeing the expression on Yushu's face, Shui Rui retracted his gaze from her and turned to look at Zhu Qingjue. He was a little surprised that these two people actually knew each other. Zhu Qingjue did not care about the surrounding gazes. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Yushu for a moment. Suddenly, he smiled and turned back to meet Shui Rui's gaze. A beauty is indeed a beauty. I wonder if this beauty in front of me is also Lord Shui's sweetheart. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings went silent. Everyone present had heard Shui Rui's evaluation earlier, and those with discerning gazes were able to discern that his words were directed at Yushu who'd arrived late. So when Zhu Qingjue asked this question, it caused everyone to be unable to help but think too much. Originally, the thoughts of men and women at the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet were pardonable. Even if it was said, it would not be a laughing stock. At most, it would cause a few words of discussion. Therefore, no one felt that Zhu Qingjue's sudden question was wrong. However, the expressions of the two people involved, Shui Rui and Yushu, changed slightly. The former looked at the latter, and the latter frowned. Shui Rui sighed in his heart. His face was impeccable. He walked to Yushu's side and stood beside her. He turned to Zhu Qingjue and sneered, "Second young master Zhu, please be careful with your words. This is my sworn sister, Dian Maiden, Yushu. Don't you know her?" No one noticed that Jing Qin, who was being pestered by Zhan Shuiyuan, moved his ears and looked back. Hearing Shui Rui's explanation, Yushu heaved a sigh of relief. She glanced sideways at his dignified and handsome face and felt a little awkward in her heart. They were clearly lovers, but they acted like thieves and couldn't let anyone know. Zhu Qingjue obviously did not know where Yushu came from. When she heard this, she looked a little surprised. Her gaze changed, and she looked at Yushu. "You're the female fortune teller who's ranked third in 2 rankings. Most of the men and women present recognized Yu Shu, but there were also those from noble families who had only heard of her name but had never seen her before. Now that they knew the name of the beauty in white in front of them, they were as surprised as Zhu Qingjue. Some people were puzzled. He had heard that this new female fortune-teller was a shrew who dared to challenge Han Wenguang, but he had never heard that she was such a rare beauty. Yu Shu's first impression of Zhu Qingjue was mediocre. She didn't have a good impression of Zhu Qingjue at all. Thus, she nodded her head indifferently. Seeing her attitude, Zhu Qingjue's interest in her eyes grew stronger. Hee, so it's you, Swansea. It's my fault that I didn't recognize you when I saw you changed your clothes. A sweet laugh interrupted them. Xuan held her beauty fan and moved 2 steps forward. She looked at Yu Shu, who was dressed in white and crystal, which highlighted her cold temperament. She secretly gritted her teeth. She suggested that Shui Rui judge the beauty, but she didn't expect that Yu Shu came at the right time. Accompanied by Shui Rui's beauty theory, she stole all the limelight as soon as she appeared. Accompanied by Shui Rui's beauty theory, Yu Shu successfully stole all the limelight as soon as she appeared. Instead, she, the main character, was left to the side and became a wallflower. Sister Zizhu, come and meet her. This is the one I mentioned to you before. Xuan waved at Rui Zizhu, who was also left out in the cold. She pointed at Yu Shu and introduced her to Rui Zizhu. Rui Zizhu pursed her lips and looked at the woman who stood next to Shui Rui. She felt that the woman looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen her before. Because of Shi Wen's words, she was unhappy. However, due to her upbringing, she forced herself to smile at Yu Shu. Nice to meet you, Yu Swansea. She didn't know Yu Shu, and Yu Shu wasn't familiar with her either. She only remembered that they had met by chance in the Axean family's big exchange shop. She didn't know that the Shui family and the Count's mansion were privately discussing the marriage of their children. She also didn't know that this beautiful girl in front of her was Shui Rui's grandfather's granddaughter-in-law. This is... Yu Shu didn't know how to address Shui Rui, so she turned to ask Shui Rui. Shui Rui didn't even blink and said to her, "This is the daughter of Count Zhongyong's mansion, Miss Rui. You know Rui Lin. This is his sister." Yu Shu nodded and greeted Rui Zizhu. She was too lazy to pay attention to the pretentious Shi Wen. Fortunately, she didn't have to bow to a princess because of her status as a 4th-rank female fortune-teller. At this moment, the spectators nearby saw that there was no more excitement, so they dispersed in 2s and 3s. The banquet is about to start. Lord Shui, don't forget the bet with me. Zhu Qingjue threw a sentence at Shui Rui and glanced at Yu Shu. Then she flung her sleeves and strode away. Xan Lu anxiously moved forward. Lotus Room, let's go over there to talk. Yu Shu looked at Shui Rui. Shui Rui warmly smiled and said, "Go, don't go too far. Guifei Nyang and Wang Fei should be arriving soon." The 2 often saw each other in private. There were too many people tonight, so it wasn't suitable for them to be together. Xan Lu pulled Yu Shu to the side, his eyes shining as he looked her up and down. He first stared at her face for a long time, as if it was the first day he knew her. "Quickly look, I almost didn't recognize you. I say, Lotus Room, did you change your face?" Before going out, Yu Shu looked in the mirror and knew that tonight's makeup was really brilliant. Her facial features were delicate, but her eyebrows were too light, the bridge of her nose was too straight, and the shape of her lips was not plump and delicate. But under her suggestion and the skillful hands of Rouge Lady, these flaws were corrected. She raised the end of her eyebrows, raised the corner of her eyes, and drew the line of her lips. After a careful grooming, she turned the rotten into the magical. Her original 5 points of beauty were increased by 10 points. Xan Lu was curious enough and turned his attention to other parts of her body. He clicked his tongue and tilted his head to Miss Ning, what's the value of the purple jade bracelet? What's there to see with the hibiscus jade? Have you seen what she is wearing? Ning, let me tell you, these are all treasures. Just the white crystal bead in my hand is envied by everyone who has seen it. There are many people who are willing to pay money to buy it. Even this can't be obtained. She dares to make such a complete set with great fanfare. It's purely because she is afraid that people won't be jealous and impatient. Miss Ning is a rich young lady who has seen the world. She gets closer and looks at the whole set of gem carvings on Yushu's body. She is even more amazed. The string of sparkling and translucent gemstones woven into Yushu's hair was actually made up of many delicate and small hibiscus flowers with different postures, and countless round and flat hibiscus lotus leaves were connected together. What was even more amazing was the cinnabar-like redness on her forehead. It was actually a fingertip-sized red lotus carved into dozens of petals, imprinted on her forehead and eyebrows, glistening with every frown and smile of hers. Then there are the pink, white, gold, and red on her ears, neck, wrists, and waist. They are all shaped with water lotuses, hibiscus flower bones, and cold fragrance. Each of them is a rare treasure she has never seen before. You are right. I am afraid that no one will be jealous. Yushu glances at Xianlu with a smile. She holds her hair with one hand and rotates her sore neck. She is happily thinking that after the hibiscus gentleman's banquet, she will give the set of jewelry she is wearing tonight to Pei Jing and resell it. What kind of sky-high price will she be able to get? Not to mention that she was a money grubber, she was really short of money these days. Yishua was a profession that burned a lot of money. If she couldn't make ends meet, how was she going to support her family? She had to take care of her parents and children. After talking for a while, Yushu finds that Situ Qinglan is not there, so she asks Xianlu. You mean Situ? She was with us just now. Xianlu looks left and right, overlooking the bridge corridor, and points to Yushu. Look, she is over there. There are many shadows on the bridge. Yushu can't tell which is which. She takes a glance and passes. But when she turns her head, she meets a pair of eyes that are silently watching her. Her smile is halved. After a glance, she tilts her head to avoid it. Jing Chen looks at Yushu's slender figure from afar. His eyes and mind are filled with her shadow. He only feels that tonight she is very much like the water lotus fairy in the legendary story. She is indescribably beautiful, a side that he has never seen before. Zhan Shuyuan stands beside Jing Chen and talks for a long time, but she doesn't get any response. She notices that Jing Chen is looking at something strange. She looks in the direction of his eyes. Without any effort, she is sure that where Jing Chen is looking at, there is also a white dress. That is Yuswanzi. Zhan Shuyuan doesn't have good eyesight like Jing Chen. She takes a hard look for a while. If she doesn't see Xianlu beside her, she really can't recognize that it is Yushu. Seeing Jing Chen nod, Zhan Shuyuan's eyes turn sour. She can't help muttering, what bad luck. There is still someone wearing white on such a happy day. Jing Chen lowered her head to look at herself. What entered her eyes was a spotless, fair skin. Zhan Shuyuan realizes that she said something wrong. She blushes in embarrassment. I am not talking about you. Academician Jing, don't misunderstand. Jing Chen frowns. He puts on a serious face and says seriously, in Taoism, white is the best color. It is said to be simple and unadorned. The so-called white funeral among the people is just a Confucian practice. The origin of Yi and Taoism are actually of the same origin. Those who learn Yi are half a member of Taoism. You are also a descendant of an aristocratic family. Why do you follow the Confucian practice? Zhan Shuyuan is speechless after being lectured by him. Jing Chen sees that she is dull and not clever at all. He knows that she is a common person who can't be enlightened. He shakes his head and doesn't want to talk to her. He turns around and walks away. He doesn't go far. He can see her just by turning his head. Tonight, there are so many people, so it is easy for something to happen. Big Tiao has warned him to be careful of sneak attacks. He is also afraid that someone will die. So he has to keep an eye on Zhang Shuiyuan, the target, in case she is killed. After a cup of tea, Xan Lu is still coaxing and pestering Yushu. After the banquet, he will take off the pink hibiscus flower bracelet from her hand and let her play with it for a few days. Yushu is not moved at all. Instead, she promises a white crystal pendant to the good-tempered Miss Ning. The night is completely open. It is 7:15. Just when everyone is chatting, a loud voice suddenly comes from the Dingbo Lake. It is the eunuch who guards the east gate. Chapter 5:18. Imperial Consort Shu and Imperial Consort Shu have arrived. Hearing the voice, the entire garden was silent. Like everyone else, Yushu stopped what she was doing and turned her head to look. She saw that at the end of the bridge in the distance, clusters of colorful lights suddenly lit up. It was a group of palace maids carrying colorful lights to clear the way. At this time, on Dingbo Lake, there was only the sound of music coming from the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Everyone bowed and quietly waited for the two nobles from the palace to enter the banquet. Some people muttered in their hearts. Previously, they were guessing who would accompany Imperial Consort Shui, but they didn't expect that it would be this master. A while ago, there were some waves in the court because of the fight for the position of Crown Prince. Originally, the most popular 7th prince was the son of Imperial Consort Shu, but he was trampled on by the 9th prince, who had returned to the capital for less than a year, at the Double Sons meeting. He used this to gain some momentum and faintly showed signs of competing with the 7th prince. Although there were no rumors in the palace that the birth mothers of these two princes, Gue Fei Nyangnyang and Shu Fei Nyangnyang, were not on good terms with each other, those who were smart all understood the principle of one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. These two concubines would sooner or later be irreconcilable enemies. Yushu had been taken care of by Imperial Consort Shui in Huazhen Garden, so she was very curious about Shui Rui, her aunt who was the second in command of the harem. Thus, when others bowed their heads and waited respectfully, she quietly raised her eyes and looked in the direction of the people coming from the bridge. Not long after, the colorful lights in the hands of the palace maids came into view, accompanied by bursts of unknown flower fragrance. Where the light and shadow came from, there was an entourage of people crowding in front and behind, and the flowers were bright and beautiful. In the first place were two graceful and luxuriously dressed beauties. Seeing the two, Yushu's eyes widened and she was secretly tongue-tied. It wasn't that she hadn't seen beautiful girls before. There were those who were as delicate as Xia Jiangmin, as elegant as Ji Xingxuan, and as sweet as Princess Shiwen. Which one of them wasn't at the very top? However, these girls who were more delicate than flowers were still immature in the end. Their so-called beauty couldn't even compare to the two she was seeing right now. Today, she finally understood what it meant to be an outstanding beauty. On the left was a concubine wearing a red peony dress embroidered with 12 green pythons. She looked to be no more than 30 years old. She was a natural beauty with delicate eyebrows, delicate skin, and a voluptuous figure. The most beautiful thing was her pair of lazily squinting eyes. Her rouge was rosy, and when she blinked, it was enough to cause one's heart to flutter. The one on the right was dressed in the red robes of Xiang Fei. She had a head full of golden hairpins, and a huge mermaid pearl was placed on her forehead, reflecting the peach blossoms on her face. Her skin was as clear as snow, and her lips were slightly pursed. Her expression was dignified, noble and inviolable. From their clothes, Yushu could tell that the languid consort on the left was noble consort Shui, and the slightly serious one on the right was consort Shu. Receive the emperor. Welcome, Imperial Consort Shu and Imperial Consort Shu. All the men and women in the garden bowed and kowtowed. No one dared to be disrespectful. Yushu also withdrew her gaze and bowed obediently. Dispense with the formalities. Raise your heads and let Ben Gong recognize who you are. Noble Consort Shui spoke in a clear voice. Seeing the crowd around her stand up, she stood high up and swept her gaze across the crowd. Her gaze paused a few times, and her eyes flickered. She turned her head and said to Consort Shu, "Every time I see these young people, the delicate ones and the young ones, they all feel that we are old." "Mimi, don't you think so?" Consort Shu did not smile and said methodically, "Jijia has a technique to preserve your looks. I can't see how you look old." "Ha!" Noble Consort Shui laughed, and the corners of her eyes curled up. In an instant, her face lit up the surroundings, and she was incomparably beautiful. "Consorts, it's time. Why don't we start the banquet early?" A beautiful woman walking behind Noble Consort Shui asked. Only then did Yushu notice the person next to the two beautiful consorts. Looking at that woman, she looked somewhat similar to Noble Consort Shui. She thought that she must be Xiang Wang Fei. There's no hurry. Ben Gong has seen many unfamiliar people and is curious. Let's get to the bottom of it first, Noble Consort Shui said and waved at Shi Wen. Wen, come over and point out the people for Ben Gong. Yes, consort. Commandery Princess Shi Wen obediently walked forward and bowed to Consort Shu. She took over the position of the palace maid and supported Noble Consort Shui's arm. Which one is the daughter of the Count's residence? The first person Noble Consort Shui mentioned was Rui Zizhu. This caused Shi Wen's eyes to darken, but she quickly pointed her out. The one in pink is little sister Zizhu. Rui Zizhu hurriedly lowered her head and bowed. She was a little flustered, but not rude. Noble Consort Shui looked her up and down and didn't ask much. She lazily shifted her gaze and asked Shi Wen and the others, asking her to point them out one by one. Yushu and Miss Axian Liuning stood in the corner of the flower pond. When they heard Noble Consort Shui call out their names one by one, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't nervous at all. Noble Consort Shui was Shui Rui's maternal aunt. Even if her relationship with Shui Rui was hidden in the dark, she couldn't help but feel a sense of awkwardness when meeting the family. Based on her intuition, she thought that Noble Consort Shui would definitely not miss her. Sure enough, just as she thought this, she heard Noble Consort Shui's voice, "Who is that young lady in white?" Shi Wen saw that Noble Consort Shui pointed at Yushu and secretly pinched her nails. She faked a smile and said, "This is the famous diviner of Great Yen, Miss Yu." Yushu stepped forward. "This lowly one, Yushu, greets Imperial Consort, greets Imperial Consort Shu, greets Princess Yang." Noble Consort Shui looked at her more than she looked at the others. In the end, she said, "I've heard of your abilities. I want to see them tonight. It's better if you don't hide your abilities." Yushu's eyelids twitched. She didn't know what Noble Consort Shui had heard from her, but she could only respectfully agree, Yushu doesn't dare. Shi Wen saw that Noble Consort Shui looked at Yushu in a different light and was unhappy. She gently shook her arm and said coquettishly, "Your Highness, Wen has also carefully prepared a song. I'll present it later. You can't be biased. If no one can beat mine, then give me a golden jade hibiscus to play with." Princess Yang was stunned and looked at Noble Consort Shui, but saw that her older sister's expression didn't change. She teased, Wen is also a young lady. Could it be that you already have someone in your heart and that's why you want this golden jade hibiscus? Shi Wen pouted her red lips and pretended to be willful, who said that only people who have someone in their heart want this golden jade hibiscus. I just think it's rare, so I snatch it to play with. Can't I? Nonsense, Princess Yang reprimanded first. How can the golden jade hibiscus be given to you to play with? Quickly give up your evil ideas. Don't make trouble. Shiwen immediately looked aggrieved. She held noble consort Shue's hand tightly. Your Highness, Wenwen also came to the banquet with an invitation. Why can others fight for it but I can't? I'm not convinced. Please make a decision. Before noble consort Shue spoke, consort Shu, who had been silent for a long time, said unhurriedly, according to the rules, if you can fight for it, I'll give it to you. What do you think, sister? Noble consort Shu patted the back of Shiwen's hand and said with a smile, that's right. If you can really fight for it, I'll give you one according to the rules. If you can't be shameless. Do you hear me? Your Highness is enlightened. Shiwen's face lit up with joy. She turned her head and stuck out her tongue at Princess Yang, but she didn't care about the stiffness on her mother's face. This little episode did not arouse the suspicions of the people present. Yu Shu knew what Shiwen was planning. Seeing her scheme, she snorted. In order to escape the fate of marrying to the Eastern Commandery, Shiwen did not hesitate to drag Shui Rui into the water. She used the death of the 10th princess as a threat to force Shui Rui to give in. This selfishness became the disaster of love for Shui Rui today. If they hadn't seen through her scheme early on, Shui Rui would have been caught unprepared by Shiwen tonight. Now, she had already calculated that the 10th princess died of self-harm. Shui Rui had untied the knot in his heart. Shiwen was destined to draw water with a bamboo basket and waste her efforts. The moon rose above the willow trees. Noble consort Shui, consort Shu, and the other nobles sat in the waterside pavilion by the lake. The young men and women who came to attend the banquet finally took their seats. They either took their seats in the greenhouse on the two sides or stood in groups of 2s and 3s nearby, watching the lanterns on Dingbo Lake and waiting for noble consort Shui to host tonight's banquet. Last year at the Gentleman's Hibiscus Banquet, there were Western fireworks for the entire night. Ben Gong wasn't able to be there, but I heard that you children all like it very much. Originally, I wanted to prepare one this year, but the Shu Wu workshop didn't have enough fire powder, so I could only give up. In the waterside pavilion, noble consort Shui sat in the main seat. The sound of her voice traveled far. Noble consort Shui has worked hard. If this old woman wants to say, there's nothing to see with those gaudy Western fireworks. It's just for liveliness. It's too noisy. Duchess Jing's wife was older and half her hair was white. She occupied a seat by herself. The servant girls behind her massaged her shoulders. After she finished speaking, many people agreed. Consort Shu sat in the second seat. She turned her body and asked, then what did elder sister prepare for the banquet tonight? It can't be that we're just going to sit around and do nothing, right? Noble consort Shui leaned against the couch. Seeing that everyone was looking at her and waiting for her to speak, she no longer kept them in suspense. She turned her head and lightly nodded to the main palace maid standing behind her. Yu Shu and Axan Lu and Miss Ning were in the second greenhouse on the right side of the waterside pavilion. They listened to the people around them discuss the competition for the gold and jade hibiscus. There were 2 gold and jade hibiscus. At the end of the banquet, one would go to the most outstanding woman of the night, while the other would go to the most valiant man of the night. This man and woman, with the gold and jade hibiscus in their hands, could choose a good marriage of their own. As for how the man and woman would compete, it would depend on the intentions of the host of the banquet. In previous years, the men and women who wanted to compete for the gold and jade hibiscus would show off their skills at the banquet. They would use all sorts of tricks to win the favor of the nobles at the main guest seats. It was unknown if there were any new ideas this year. Yu Shu carried a plate of green grapes and sat on the railing with Axan Lu. She peeled the skin and put it into her mouth. At the same time, she pricked up her ears to listen to the specialties of the people around her. After listening for a while, she didn't find it strange. Most of the descendants of civil officials had to recite poems, paint, and play music. Those who came from families of generals had to wield their swords and sabers. "What did you prepare in the lotus room?" Xianlu asked. Yushu had no intention of competing. She really hadn't prepared anything in advance. She could only perfunctorily say, "I won't tell you for now." Xianlu became even more curious after hearing this. She was about to ask more when suddenly, she saw something out of the corner of her eye. She opened her mouth wide and hurriedly swallowed half a grape. She pointed to the far shore of Steady Wave Lake and pushed Yushu's arm to turn her head. "Quick, look! Isn't that end on fire?" Yushu turned around and saw that on the other side of the dark and tranquil lake, a long streak of sparks shot up from the east, like a meteor falling to the ground. Chapter 5:19. The flames on the other side of the lake alarmed the people at the banquet. Yushu's arm was hugged by the timid Xianlu. She was puzzled as she looked at the strange scene of the lake burning in the distance. She was not as panicked as the other female guests. According to what she thought, the banquet hosted by noble consort Shui was in the garden of the Xiang prince. No matter how much trouble there shouldn't be such a big commotion. In the waterside pavilion, noble consort Shui pinched her scarlet fingernails. She took in the expressions of the people in the greenhouse on both sides and pursed her lips. This silent chuckle was like a signal. The flames burning far behind her actually exploded with a boom in the next moment. The sky was filled with sparks jumping, as if they had grown wings. They floated in the air and slowly landed on the surface of the lake. They stopped and flashed, from far to near, piece by piece. Hua! There was another commotion in the crowd. Not long after, there was the first exclamation of surprise. "Ah! It's hibiscus." "No, it's lanterns. There are so many lanterns." Very quickly, everyone could see clearly that the resplendent firelight that was constantly approaching was actually innumerable hibiscus lanterns. The golden and enchanting petals and the fiery red stamens were as if someone had scattered them from the sky. One by one, the lanterns floated on the surface of the water, blooming piece by piece, gradually lighting up the entire Steady Wave Lake, illuminating the night sky. Xianlu's shock turned to excitement. He let go of Yushu and leaned against the railing. He stretched half his body out, wanting to see the floating hibiscus flowers in front of her. Lotus room, lotus room. Your hands are long. Quickly come and help me fish one. Yushu was urged by Xianlu. With great difficulty, she managed to fish up a floating lantern from the nearby water. She shook off the water droplets on her hands and gave it to Xianlu. Miss Ning immediately came over. "It's so light. No wonder it can fly. That's strange. This lake is at least 20 to 30 zhang wide. How did these lanterns fly over from the other side? This wick can't be blown out." The two studied it for a while. They couldn't see any clues, so Xianlu gave it to Yushu. "Take a look at the lotus room." Yushu held the lantern that was about the size of two of her palms in one hand. She saw that the wick was a small tube that was filled with thick wax oil. She tried to blow on it twice, but she couldn't extinguish the wick. The flame jumped playfully and seemed to be brighter. "It's filled with Saigon water wax. It won't go out even in the face of wind, but it will help to increase the flame. However, it needs to be lit with a special hemp lamp thread soaked in vegetable oil." It was unknown when Shui Rui had arrived behind Yushu. His eyes silently swept across her face and landed on the lantern in her hand. With a few simple words, he pointed out the strangeness of the wick. The rest of the people in the greenhouse heard his words and looked over. Soon, the young ladies of other families walked over with light steps. "Mr. Shui is indeed knowledgeable. I wonder how this lantern could fly so far from the other side of the river. Can you explain it clearly? The female guests at the banquet tonight were all beautiful. They didn't have much confidence and didn't dare to speak up. Yu Shu glanced over. The woman who was obviously hitting on Shui Rui was not much different from Situ Qinglan. She had a pair of phoenix eyes and looked very bright when she looked at people. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Shui Rui. In front of her was a handsome man who was gentle and elegant. She had to admit that he was very attractive. She was used to seeing this kind of man, so she didn't think it was rare. Just when Yu Shu felt a little uncomfortable, she saw Shui Rui look back at her and then shake his head to the woman with phoenix eyes. He said politely and modestly, "Forgive me for my lack of knowledge." It's hard to say. There was disappointment in the woman's eyes, but she didn't give up. She pointed to the railing by the water and said awkwardly, "I also want to take a lantern to have a look, but I'm afraid of the water. Can you do it for me?" This request wasn't going too far, and if Shui Rui were to refuse, then it would be unbecoming of him. But in an occasion like tonight, if a man and a woman were to interact with each other, it would be noticed by others, and it would be difficult to avoid being implicated. Shui Rui hesitated for a moment. Just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by the person beside him. "There's no need to go through so much trouble. This lantern is for Miss to enjoy." It was Yu Shu. She held up the ready-made lantern in her hand and walked to the woman. A smile appeared in Shui Rui's eyes, and he took half a step back. The woman with phoenix eyes hesitated. She glanced at Shui Rui. Seeing that he had no intention of coming forward, she was tactful and took the lantern from Yu Shu's hand. She thanked her and left. Xian Lu curled his lips at her back and said to Yu Shu in dissatisfaction, "You gave my lantern to her. What am I supposed to play with?" From Xian Lu's point of view, the lantern that Yu Shu fished for her belonged to her. But she was still sensible. She didn't make a fuss earlier and only complained now. "I'll compensate you later," Yu Shu rolled her eyes at her. She turned to Shui Rui and said, "This lantern is floating far away. It's not easy to fish. Big brother, let's go over there and find a few lanterns near the water." Shui Rui of course agreed. The two walked out of the greenhouse together. At this time, everyone at the banquet was admiring the sea of flowers on the lake. There were also many men and women who ran to the bridge to fish for lanterns. Shui Rui had just announced in front of everyone that Yu Shu was his sworn sister. Therefore, the two of them walked side by side. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. Although they were eye-catching, no one would think too much about it. They didn't know if this was a good or bad thing. The two of them strolled along the lake. Shui Rui walked on the side near the water. Yu Shu walked on the inside. She turned her head and saw his bright smile. She snorted and said, "Attracting bees and butterflies." Hearing this, Shui Rui switched the fan in his right hand to his left. He lowered his sleeves and looked forward. He looked like a gentleman. But in the dark, he quietly grabbed her finger and held it in his palm. He said in a low voice, "Don't wrongly accuse me. I don't like to attract bees or butterflies. I only want to pick your lotus chamber." As he said this, he turned to look at her. Her cold and elegant face was shining with a jade-like luster. Her cheeks were pink, revealing her blush. Yu Shu couldn't listen to his sweet talk. She felt her ears go soft. She pinched his palm and said angrily, "You still dare to say that? You gave me a random nickname back then, and now everyone is calling me by it. I thought about it for a long time. How can it be a random name? Lotus chamber, like the lotus heart chamber, passing through the 7 apertures, containing bitterness. Like a quiet room, calming my heart. Isn't it good?" Yu Shu just said it casually. She didn't expect that the name Shui Rui forced on her had such a deep meaning. Hearing him say it without hesitation, she could tell that he had thought about it deeply. She was proud of herself. But she deliberately waved her hand at him perfunctorily and said, "It's not bad. Forget it. Since it's called like this, I'll just make do with it." Speaking of which, Shui hadn't seen her abacus seal yet. He didn't know that she had used the word Lotus Chamber as her seal. For a Master E, the seal registered in the Celestial Commissioner's seal was equivalent to the person's reputation in the past and future. It had a special meaning. By the way, I forgot to ask you. You got your abacus seal a long time ago. Didn't you say it was carved from a royal ivory seal? Let me see. Shui thoughts were aroused by the words Lotus Room, as well, and he intentionally or unintentionally asked her. Yushu reached out to touch her waist. She shook her head and said to him, "I changed my clothes today. I didn't bring it with me. I'll show it to you tomorrow." Seeing this, Shui faintly expected her to use the word Lotus Chamber as her seal. But now he was not so sure. He wanted to ask her, but he was afraid that the result would be disappointing. So he just smiled and gave up. He didn't have much hope in his heart. He thought that based on her strong character, she wouldn't use the name given by others. Chapter 520. At the beginning of the banquet, the atmosphere was lit up by a rain of lanterns falling from the sky. In the waterside pavilion, several noblewomen fought to curry favor with noble consort Shui. I was shocked just now and thought that the water was on fire. Who would have thought that there would be such a thing? Truly, truly a wonderful idea. Noble consort Shui has such a good idea, opening the eyes of us ordinary people. You don't say. I really can't see how these lanterns fell into the water. Which deity did Her Highness ask for help? Noble consort Shui tilted her head and gently swung her phoenix hairpin. She gazed at the night view of the lake and the bright lanterns. She smiled at the crowd and said, "Making these lanterns isn't just for show. There's something strange hidden within. Later, someone will have a headache." Consort Shu sat quietly at the side. Hearing this, she turned and said, "What does tonight's fight for the golden jade hibiscus have to do with this lake full of lotus lanterns?" As expected, younger sister is clever. Noble consort Shui praised her. With one hand on the golden pillow, she was helped into a sitting position by the palace maids. The palace maids knelt by her feet and smoothed out the small creases on her dress. "Go and summon the young masters and daughters of the various families. Tell them not to be greedy and play. I need to explain the rules tonight." Noble consort Shui waved her hand and half of the palace maids guarding the four corners of the waterside pavilion complied and retreated to summon the people. Yushu and Shui had just walked to the center of the bridge when they were called back. Hearing that noble consort Shui was going to announce the rules tonight, the men and women scattered in the flower rooms and on the lakeshore to watch the lanterns all returned. The two of them were sandwiched in the crowd. In order to avoid being seen by others, they had long since let go of their hands. Nearing the end of the bridge, Yushu raised her head and saw Jingchen standing there alone. Looking at the situation, it was clear that he was waiting for her. There were many eyes at tonight's banquet. The last thing Yushu wanted to do was interact with Jingchen. She was afraid that he had been instigated by someone above him and used the name of the gentleman's lotus banquet to do something out of line. However, she couldn't avoid it, so she could only brace herself and walk towards it. Shui also saw Jingchen, so he took 2 quick steps and passed in front of Yushu, blocking Jingchen's sight. He said, "I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you, Daozi?" Jingchen shifted his gaze to Shui and nodded, "Everything is fine, Lord Shui need not worry." Yushu listened from behind and sighed with emotion. After staying in the capital for half a year, Jingchen, who could not even take care of himself when he left the mountain and entered the world, had learned to be polite now. How is the recovery of Miss Shui Yun's legs? Didn't Daozi obtain a set of tiger bones a few days ago? I asked about a few old herbs and heard from the imperial physician that it is best to make medicinal wine. I will have someone send the herbs over tomorrow. There should be one or two that can be used. As Shui Rui spoke, he gently waved his hand behind him. When Yushu saw this, she secretly let out a sigh of relief. She quickly walked to the side and got off the bridge. She didn't look at Jing Chen again, so she didn't see the two men's line of sight behind her. As soon as she left, Shui Rui's expression became a lot lighter. He stretched out his hand and gestured to the side, saying to Jing Chen, "I have a few words to say. This way please." Jing Chen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. They left the crowd and walked to a quiet place. Shui Rui gazed at the quiet and tranquil man before him, and when he thought of how Yushu had once fallen in love with this person and suffered many hardships in exchange for being imprisoned in a single day, it was extremely difficult for him to not be slightly cold. Although I don't know the details, I also know that you have broken off relations with Shu. Since you have cut off all ties with her, why are you still pestering her now? Shui Rui didn't beat around the bush and directly questioned him. Jing Chen's impression of Shui Rui has always been mediocre. However, he knew that Shui Rui took care of Yushu a lot and the two of them called each other brother and sister. Therefore, facing Shui Rui's cold words, he didn't feel unhappy. Instead, it reminded him that he had let down Yushu a lot. Jing Chen's heart of guilt arose once more, yet he truly had nothing to say to Shui Rui, so he could only speak with an expressionless face. Forgive me for not being able to explain the matter that day to you, but I'll surely seek her forgiveness for my mistake. Seeing his insistence, Shui Rui frowned and said in a low voice, "It's not convenient for you to say, and I'm not interested to hear it. As for you asking for her forgiveness, I have a piece of advice for you: don't cause her any more trouble. If she can't live in peace because of you, as her big brother, I will never forgive you." He really wanted to stand in the position of a man and say these words to Jing Chen, but because he couldn't reveal the secret that he already knew, and he couldn't let Jing Chen find out that he was intimate with Yushu, he could only settle for the next best thing, warning Jing Chen as an elder brother. He couldn't openly stop Jing Chen from winning back Yushu's heart for the sake of his misfortune, but he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. Jing Chen looked at the stern eyes of Shui Rui and could feel that he was protecting Yushu. He didn't know why, but he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. This feeling seemed familiar. He recalled something. When he was cultivating on Mount Longhu, he knew his identity from the age of 7. Because of the warnings of the head and master, he almost didn't get along with his fellow brothers in the same sect in order to not cause trouble for others. When he was a child, he often accompanied a wild monkey day and night on the back mountain. Later, the monkey disappeared. One day, he saw the fifth brother carrying the monkey to the main kitchen to find food. He recognized the monkey and wanted to get close to it, but was stopped by the fifth brother. The fifth brother said that the monkey liked to scratch people, so he shouldn't touch it. Otherwise, if the monkey scratched him, the master would scold him and the monkey would also be locked in a cage. Jing Chen didn't have much contact with people since he was a child, so he had a clear memory of the mountain monkey who lived on the path of animals and didn't fear him. And Yushu was a human. She knew how terrible he was, but she still took care of him when he lost his memory. To him, the significance of Yushu was not something that monkey could compare to. When he was a child, he didn't get close to the monkey because of the words of his senior brother. But now, he wouldn't give up just because of a few words of warning from Shui Rui. Yushu was the only person in his 19 years of muddle-headed life that he couldn't give up and didn't want to give up. It was not just because she was the one who broke his fate. "Don't worry, I won't cause trouble for her anymore," Jing Chen told Shui Rui. He also thought in his heart, "This time, I will definitely protect her and not let her be disappointed or sad." "I hope you can do what you say," Shui Rui said coldly. The two men, each with their own thoughts, faced each other for a moment and stopped talking tacitly. One went first, and the other followed. In a short time, dozens of guests had gathered outside the waterside pavilion. They were all quietly listening to noble consort Xue preside over tonight's banquet. As soon as Xue Rui approached, he heard a series of surprised sounds from the crowd in front of him. Some people gasped, and some people whispered. He didn't know what the noble said to cause such a big reaction. Chapter 521. Imperial Consort Xue's move tonight was unexpected and many people did not expect it. There were more than 30 male guests on the scene, so it was not too difficult to find the one with the real gold wick among more than 6,000 hibiscus lanterns. If worst comes to worst, they could check each lantern one by one. But these more than 6,000 hibiscus lanterns were floating in the steady wave lake with a depth of 20 feet, so it was a different story. Did they have to jump into the lake to find it? Yushu saw the worried faces outside the waterside pavilion. Only a few people seemed to have a well-thought-out plan. She couldn't help but guess noble consort Xue's intentions. Did she make such a big scene just to make things difficult for those people tonight? Xan Lu pulled her sleeve and whispered in her ear, although it's summer, the water is so deep. I'm afraid not many people would dare to jump into the water. What if something happens? Just as she finished speaking, a similar questioning voice came from the waterside pavilion. Jiejia's move is ingenious. But it's late at night and the water is cold. If you want this group of children to go into the water to find it, isn't it a bit inappropriate? Most of the guests who were able to attend tonight's banquet were young masters from the capital. Their family backgrounds were not ordinary. If one or two of them ate water or caught a cold, it would cause some of the old foreigners heartache when they returned. Those who really doted on them might even complain to the Empress. Empress Shu's words first received the approval of the older Duchess of Jing. She then persuaded Imperial Consort Xue to change her mind. Imperial Consort Xue sat with confidence and smiled at them, saying, "No problem. I've discussed this with His Majesty. His Majesty's meaning is that there is nothing wrong with doing this. There is a gentleman's hibiscus banquet every year. There are 2 golden and jade hibiscus, 2 good fates. If it is too easy to obtain, it will inevitably attract some wishful thinking. It is better to make it difficult. Those who are really determined will fight for it no matter how difficult it is." At this point, she paused and turned her head to ask Princess Yang, who was sitting below her, 5th sister, "Do you agree?" Princess Yang, who was sitting below, slightly lowered her head and said, "That should be the case. Furthermore, I didn't ask them to jump into the water to search for it. There are a few wooden rafts anchored on the opposite shore, and there are more than 10 experts diving in the lake. As long as they are careful, nothing will go wrong." The last few words were said for the people outside the pavilion to hear. Those with sharp ears immediately turned around and walked quickly towards the bridge corridor. Seeing this, Feng Xiaomiao quickly pulled Xue Rui and said, "Brother Rui, let's go quickly. If we're late, those rafts will be empty." Xue Rui, however, was not in a hurry to leave. He looked back at him and said, "You don't want to fight for the golden jade hibiscus, why are you snatching the raft?" "I don't care about the last prize, but I can't lose." Feng Xiaomiao looked around, and his gaze stopped on Zhu Qingjue, who was not far from him and did not move. He deliberately raised his voice and said, "Among the men here tonight, who doesn't dare to walk into Dingbo Lake? They just don't have the guts. Winning or losing doesn't matter, but losing face is a big deal." Zhu Qingjue saw Feng Xiaomiao provoking him. He raised his eyebrows indifferently and turned his face to Xue Rui and said, "Lord Xue, don't forget our previous agreement." Xue Rui responded with a smile, closed his fan and waved it at him. Yu Shu came late. She didn't know what happened between Xue Rui and Zhu Qingjue. Seeing this situation, she asked Xian Lu suspiciously, "What's going on?" Xan Lu then told her about the winner and loser, that the two of them had a gentleman's discussion before she came. Therefore, the two of them made a bet. If second young Master Zhu managed to win the Golden Jade Hibiscus, Shui de Biaoge would call himself a vile person in front of everyone tonight. On the contrary, if Shui de Biaoge won, he would want second young Master Zhu to reply to him. Yu Shu secretly frowned. On one hand, she was surprised that the young chess player she saw in the labyrinthine courtyard of the Celestial Commissioner was the only son of the great Tidian. On the other hand, she was surprised that Shui Rui would be provoked by Zhu Qingjue to agree to bet with him with just a few words. Zhu Qingjue was obviously looking for trouble with Shui Rui. She didn't know the reason, but Shui Rui wouldn't look for trouble, unless a thought flashed through Yu Shu's mind. She glanced sideways and looked at the heroic and wild second young Master Zhu again. She muttered in her heart, "It can't be. Could it be that person is him? These two people are really too much. They have already made a bet, yet they are still standing there stupidly. Aren't they afraid that someone else will take the lead?" Xan Lu, who was watching the hot draw, was anxious. Yu Shu looked at the brightly lit steady wave lake for a moment, then turned back to look at Shui Rui's calm and composed expression. She thought, cunning. How can one find a golden wick among 6,000 hibiscus lanterns by relying on luck? Let those who ran away first go and check it out. Those who catch up later are the truly shrewd ones. As a group of male guests rushed onto the bridge, the number of people outside the waterside pavilion suddenly decreased by half. There were only a few male guests still standing outside the waterside pavilion. In addition to the two temporary rivals, Shui Rui and Zhu Qingjue, there were also Jing Qin and the 11th Prince Lu Yi. Seeing that the male guests had taken action, the remaining female guests also looked eager to have a go. In the waterside pavilion, noble consort Shui teased the other noble ladies for a while before turning to look at the group of charming young girls outside the waterside pavilion. "Don't just stand there. Do you want this empress to call you out one by one? What are your usual skills? Don't be stingy now. Let's see who can amaze everyone tonight and convince everyone. Only that person can get this golden jade hibiscus in this empress's hand. Otherwise, this empress can only keep it until next year." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a slight commotion outside the waterside pavilion. The girls looked at each other. They all wanted to come forward and show off their skills, but they were afraid that the first one would be at a disadvantage. "Sisters, please excuse me. Let me go first." Yu Shu looked over and saw a tall young girl walking out from Princess Shiwen's side. At first glance, she seemed to be about the same height as Yu Shu, but the other's figure was a bit more voluptuous. As soon as this tall young girl came out, the female guests that were originally surrounding her all retreated, automatically making an empty space for her to stand in. "Her name is Cui Xan." Xan Lu saw that Yu Shu was unfamiliar and told her, "She's the older sister of Cui Yun who went to worship the ancestors with you." When Yu Shu heard this, she remembered the news that she had received from Situ Qinglan. It was said that Cui Yun had an older sister who was very popular with the nobility. When she was young, she was fostered in the Xiang Prince's Fu and had a sisterly relationship with that spoiled Princess Shiwen. Cui Xan stood out openly and first asked the nobles in the waterside pavilion for instructions. "We, the women of aristocratic families, have learned the mysterious classics and Yili from a young age. We can't compare to the young ladies of the noble families who are good at the four arts, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but we are not completely useless. Our Cui family can be called one of the 12 prefectures of the capital because of the virtue of our ancestors. They passed down a strange sound technique called the spirit speech technique. I believe that most of you have heard of it but have not seen it. This humble girl is untalented and has learned this technique from my family's founder for 7 years. Now that I have seen the door, I will come today to show my incompetence." These words aroused the attention of the crowd. It should be known that the secret techniques of the 12 aristocratic families were not passed down to outsiders. They were not easily shown and rarely seen. Who wouldn't be curious? The older Duchess of Jing immediately sat up straight and stared at Cui Axian with great interest. She said to the two palace masters sitting at the head of the table, "As the two Niangs know, before I married, I was also born of an aristocratic family. At that time, I had heard of this strange technique of the Cui family. My late father personally praised it and said that this spirit speech technique should be renamed to mind-reading technique, which would be more suitable." Mind-reading technique. Noble consort Shui's eyebrows raised, seeming puzzled. Duchess of Jing did not explain further, but urged Cui Axian to quickly show off her skills. Cui Axian bowed and said, Niangs, please don't take offense. This little girl still needs the help of someone present. May I be so bold as to ask noble consort Shui to choose on my behalf to avoid suspicion? She wanted to find someone to test the spirit speech technique on. Noble consort Shui's expression was one of interest. Her gaze swept over the faces of the crowd of women outside the waterside pavilion. She casually pointed and said, "It's you." Everyone followed the direction of her finger and saw that amidst the red and green flowers, there was only one spot that was shrouded in silver light and a slender white dress. It was the most eye-catching and beautiful. No matter how many times they looked at it, they would still be stunned. Yushu was pondering over Cui Axian when she suddenly saw that jade-like finger turn towards her. She was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She looked to her left and right and saw the envious expression on Axian Lu's face. She also saw Miss Ning's expression that said, "Good luck." She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She made a sound of agreement and stood up. Seeing this scene, Shui Rui's eyelids twitched. He turned his head to look at the waterside pavilion and saw that noble consort Shui was still as lazy as before. It didn't seem like she was doing it on purpose. Yushu didn't recognize Cui Axian, but Cui Axian knew who she was. She smiled at her without any hostility. Yushu had long believed that she and Shiwen were jackals of the same tribe. She wasn't the slightest bit confused by her. She returned a fake smile and opened her mouth to ask, "How do you need my help?" Female Oracle, please wait a moment. Cui Axian asked for instructions from the waterside pavilion and brought out a table from the nearby greenhouse. She also prepared a brush and ink before indicating for Yushu to step forward and stand beside the table. Tonight the moon is bright and the flowers are beautiful. There are countless fragrant grasses in the back garden of Dingbo Hole. There are no less than 100 types. Whether it's weak willow or small tender, female oracle, please choose one for yourself. When my back is turned, you can write on the paper. Don't let others see. After saying this, Cui Axian turned around. Her eyes were looking forward and she gently closed them. Yushu was suspicious. She touched the paper on the table with one hand. Seeing that there was nothing strange, she bent down and covered it with her sleeve. She followed Cui Axian's suggestion and wrote down what she thought. After she finished writing, she said, "I've written it." When Cui Axian heard this, she didn't hurry to turn around. She still had her back to her and asked an unrelated question, "Female Oracle, can you tell me whether you like the clear or the rainy weather?" Yushu looked at her back and thought for a moment before saying, "The rainy day." As she spoke, she could clearly see that Cui Axian's ears moved slightly. After a moment, she heard Cui Axian say with certainty, "Female Oracle, did you write immortal grass on the paper? Please pick up the paper and let everyone present look at it for me." Yushu frowned. With a slightly strange expression, she moved her hand away from the paper and lifted it up to show it to everyone. Chapter 522. The 3-in-1 chapter begins in August. I wish all the best in the world. Cui Axian's move shocked the bystanders. With so many eyes watching, she couldn't cheat even if she wanted to. unless Yushu had colluded with her beforehand. But that was even more impossible. Everyone saw that this person had been picked out by Imperial Consort Shui. Could it be that Imperial Consort Shui was helping Chui Axian fool everyone? Compared to the surprise of the bystanders, Yushu, the person involved, was in a fog. She couldn't see what trick Chui Axian had used to accurately guess her thoughts. The palace maid presented the names of the flowers that Yushu had written down to Imperial Consort Shui. The nobles in the waterside pavilion took turns to verify it, but they still couldn't believe it. Thus, Duchess Jing spoke, "I didn't understand it just now. Can Miss Chui try again?" Chui Axian agreed and did the same thing. She asked Yushu for help. She guessed the flowers and plants in the courtyard and asked her to write. She asked the same question about whether it was sunny or rainy. It was completely unrelated. As expected, Chui Axian guessed the answer that Yushu had written on the paper. This time, it was Kana. This time, the expressions of the bystanders changed. Seeing how effective the Chui family's spirit speech technique was, those with meticulous thoughts couldn't help but think further. To be able to understand one's thoughts just by hearing words, what secrets would there be in front of the Chui family who knew this technique? "You are called Chui Axian, right?" Imperial Consort Shui spoke at this time. "The Fu's unique technique is indeed different from the masses. Demonstrated for Ben Gong again. Don't guess the flowers and plants, guess something else." Hearing this, Chui Axian revealed a bitter smile. She lowered her body and said, "Nyang Nyang, please forgive me. This lowly girl doesn't dare to hide anything. With my abilities, this spirit speech technique can only be used twice a day. If I do it again, I'm afraid I'll lose face." Imperial Consort Shui smiled amiably. "Is it because your skills aren't good enough, or are you deliberately hiding your abilities? Speak the truth. Ben Gong hates people who cheat. Perhaps tonight, this golden jade hibiscus will be bestowed to you." When everyone heard this, their expressions all changed. Yushu looked at Chui Axian thoughtfully. She was also wondering how effective her family's spirit speech was. When Chui Axian heard noble consort Shui's words, she wasn't happy. Instead, she was shocked. She lifted the hem of her skirt and knelt outside the waterside pavilion. "How would I dare to lie in front of a noble? It's really a family secret. I can't explain the reason in front of everyone, but with Celestial Commissioner's reminder, the Chui family's art of spiritual speech, the more refined it is, the harder it is to use it. For example, my third uncle can use it once every 10 days, but my grandfather can only use it once every month." Hearing this explanation, half of the people present looked better. Noble Consort Shui turned her head to ask Duchess Jing, "What does old foreign think?" The Duchess of Jing leaned back in her chair and said, "I see that with this girl's ability, she can only guess the flowers and plants in this garden. As for her grandfather, Duke Chui, he doesn't only have this bit of ability." Hearing these two comments, the other half of the people present also looked better. Princess Yang looked at Chui Axian who was kneeling on the ground. After all, she was the child she had watched grow up. She couldn't help but help and whispered a few words in noble consort Shui's ear. Her words probably had an effect. Noble consort Shui's smile disappeared and her expression became much calmer. She waved her hand at Chui Axian who was still kneeling on the ground. "You can get up, someone else will come up." Chui Axian hurriedly got up and retreated, standing next to Royal Princess Shiwen. Yushu also retreated to the back of the crowd. She looked coldly at Chui Axian and Shiwen who were whispering to each other. "Can you see what's going on?" Shui Rui went around to the back of the crowd and asked Yushu in a low voice. Yushu hesitated and said, "This Chui family's strange technique clearly uses the art of spiritual speech. I've also heard of several kinds of art of spiritual speech, but they're all very troublesome to perform divination. In comparison, this art of spiritual speech can be said to be marvelous. She sighed in her heart. The aristocratic families of the 12 constabularies are worthy of being known as the big families of Yi Shui and the capital. Just a strange technique passed down in their family is enough to support a facade. Think about it, Chui Axayan only guessed the flowers and plants today. With Elder Chui's cultivation, could he see through people's minds? I'm just curious that the Chui family has this kind of mind-reading ability. How can the emperor tolerate the people of this constabulary? Isn't guessing the emperor's intentions a capital crime? Yu Shu whispered to Shui Rui in surprise. Shui Rui shook his head and waved his fan. He stood in front of the two and whispered in her ear, "Silly girl, what do you do as a celestial commissioner? Do you think the great advisor is someone who does nothing?" "I don't know much about Yi Shui, but I have heard of a secret. His Majesty carries a rare treasure with him. It has been around since the founding of the Dan Empire. It is passed down from generation to generation to his successor. Other than the current great advisor, no one can predict the good or bad luck of the emperor." Yu Shu's knowledge was broadened again. She was surprised. She had the Axayan family's list of rare objects in her hands. She had seen all kinds of treasures, but none of them could stop people from predicting. She really didn't know what kind of treasure the emperor had on him was. With Chui Axayan's skill in front of them, there were a few young ladies playing the zither and flute, embroidering and kicking, but none of them were worth watching. Yu Shu turned her attention to the movements on the lake. She discovered that there were a couple of wooden rafts rowing from the other side of the lake to the center of the lake. The lanterns on the surface of the lake were dimmed. It seemed that these people had extinguished all the paper lanterns in order to find the one with the real gold wick. Yu Shu glanced at Shui Rui and said, "When are you going into the water? If you wait any longer, someone will find the gold wick by sheer luck. Then you and that second master Zhu will become a joke." Shui Rui saw that she already knew about the bet between him and Zhu Qingjue. He smiled and glanced at Zhu Qingjue's direction. He said to her, "If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. At most, it will be a draw. What am I afraid of?" Yu Shu saw that he seemed to be at ease, so she didn't worry for him. She was about to continue to observe Shi Wen's movements when she saw Jing Qin, who had been waiting outside the waterside pavilion, turn around and walk toward the shore. He walked to the shore, broke a willow branch, and fished out a few lanterns. He weighed them in his hand, fiddled with them for a moment, and then put them back into the water. What is he doing? Yu Shu just had a question, but in the next moment, she was tongue-tied. She saw Jing Chen retreat one zhang, and then with a leap, he lit the lanterns on the water. One after another, his wide white sleeves fluttered in the wind. He was like a swan goose spreading its wings, leaping across the water. "Look! Dozy is flying on the water." This was the daughter of a civil official. Wow! What a beautiful qingong. This was the daughter of a military general. Very quickly, no one cared about the young girl who was performing. Everyone's attention turned to Jing Qin, who was flying across the surface of the lake as if he was walking on flat ground. What is going on? The nobles in the waterside pavilion asked each other. Yu Shu frowned. She began to worry that Jing Chen might have been instigated by someone to steal this golden jade hibiscus. Shui Rui carefully watched Jing Chen's movements. His eyes flashed, and his face slightly sank. He said, "What a cheap way." Yu Shu turned her head and asked, "What do you mean?" "The lanterns on the lake are all made by the imperial court, and they are all the same size. However, real gold is precious, and the lanterns made from it are definitely easier to sink than ordinary lanterns. As long as he controls the strength under his feet, he doesn't need to pay attention to the lanterns that don't sink. But if there is one that is different, it will definitely sink." The reason why Shui Rui said this was a cheap way was because this method could only be used by a martial artist like Jing Qin, who had excellent qigong. Even if others understood his intention, they would not be able to imitate him, and could only stare at him. After hearing Shui Rui's words, Yu Shu frowned so much that her eyebrows could squash a mosquito to death. Paw! She was knocked on her forehead. When she came back to her senses, she saw Shui Rui put away his folding fan, and the corner of his mouth curled up. What are you worried about? With me here, no one can take advantage of you tonight. After saying this, he turned around and strode to the bridge in the distance. Yu Shu touched her forehead and looked at his departing figure. She suddenly had an impulse to run after him. Brother, wait. Shui Rui turned his head and stopped. He saw Yu Shu running in front of him. With her back to the crowd, she fumbled in her sleeve for a while, took out a triangular sachet, and stuffed it into his hand. This is... Shui Rui touched it and felt that there was something hidden in it. It seemed to be made of jade. This is good luck. Yu Shu looked up and blinked at him. Her eyes were sparkling, and she said, I was going to give it to you as a birthday gift, but now I changed my mind. I will give you half of it first. As for the other half, you have to give me that golden jade hibiscus in exchange. Their relationship was now a secret. The golden jade hibiscus was useless to them. Even if they got it, they could not give it to each other openly. However, it did not mean that it was meaningless. The golden jade hibiscus was a gift from the heavens. So what if it was not recognized? The hibiscus fairy who fell in love with a mortal was also blocked by the Sky Emperor. At the last moment, she still succeeded. She did not want the use of the golden jade hibiscus. She only wanted the good intention behind it. If there was a person who was willing to wait for her, even if there were thousands of difficulties and dangers, how could it be against a person's heart? Being dazzled by her eyes, Shui Rui was stunned for a moment. For a moment, he seemed to be able to read her mind. He could actually read her mind from her eyes. Thousands of words, how could a single sentence express one's mind? At this moment, Shui Rui was full of joy, but he could not express it. He could only clench the sachet in his hand. His eyes were full of love, and he lowered his head to promise her, just you wait. I will definitely snatch that golden jade hibiscus to please you. Tonight's fight was not for hatred, but for love. As soon as Shui Rui left, Zhu Qingjue could not wait any longer. She followed closely behind and went on the bridge. Yu Shu walked back to the waterside pavilion. She looked around, but Lu Wei was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, there was not a single male guest outside the waterside pavilion. It was all women competing. What did you say to Cousin Shui just now? Xian Lu tilted his head and asked curiously. Yu Shu smiled casually and said, I taught him a method so that he can find the true core. Xian Lu believed her and held her to ask more questions. However, Yu Shu refused to say a word and let him coax her. Just now, there was a young lady who finished a painting in the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. The nobles in the waterside pavilion commented a little and praised her, but it was obvious that they were not in a good mood. That young lady did not gain any favor. Knowing that there was no hope, she retreated to the side in disappointment. Imperial consort Shui wrapped a handkerchief in one hand and gently pressed the corner of her eyes. She let out a small yawn and talked to the people outside. Looking at it, the first one is more interesting. It's not that the others are bad, but there's not much novelty. It lacks some surprises and makes people not spirited. Honored consort Shu coughed lightly and had a different opinion. The Chui family's spiritual language technique is ingenious. However, in my opinion, the young lady of the Zhao family's skill of writing with 2 brushes is also from hard work and practice. There's not much novelty in the writing, but the intention is sufficient. Imperial consort Shui glanced at her and smiled. That makes sense. Let's not talk about it first. Let's finish reading first. Honored consort Shu softly said, okay. In the imperial court, the Yin family might be more powerful than the Shui family. However, in the harem, imperial consort Shui's position was above honored consort Yin. Oh right. Imperial consort Shui thought of something and turned her head outside. She said with a proud expression, where's Wenwen? Didn't you say that you've meticulously prepared? I haven't seen you for a long time. Did you show your fear after seeing the good ones? Your Highness, please make fun of me. Shiwen pouted and stood out. Her beautiful eyes swept across the surroundings. She raised her chin and said with a proud expression, I'm afraid that you won't be able to say that they're good after seeing mine. His words made the girls who had behaved earlier embarrassed. Princess Xiang frowned slightly and turned to look at Imperial Consort Shui's expression. Oh. Imperial Consort Shui waved her handkerchief at her and said curiously, I want to see how you dare to boast like this. Yes, Your Highness, please wait a moment. Shiwen bowed. When she stood up, she ordered the servant outside the pavilion, go and get my zither. Playing the zither was not new. It was a bit difficult to win with this. Yu Shu saw that Shiwen was determined to win and knew that there was something else going on here. As expected, when Shiwen got the zither, she was not in a hurry to perform. Instead, she first played, the song I'm playing today is called Cold Cicada. When the sound reaches its peak, it can move the cicadas. As she spoke, she sat on the soft mat that had been set up. She slowly played the zither with one hand and the tune was slow. It was a summer night. The cicadas in the back garden were constantly chirping. It was fine if one didn't listen to it, but if one deliberately listened to it, they would inevitably feel a buzzing in their ears. However, Shiwen's zither perfectly added syllables to the monotonous chirping of the cicadas. The two complemented each other and were actually very pleasing to the ear. After 5 minutes, someone whispered. Even Yu Shu, who did not know much about music, could hear that the cicadas in the garden seemed to be directed by someone. Sometimes it was high and sometimes it was low, sometimes it was long and sometimes it was short. For a moment, there was a rhythm. That was not all. As the zither reached its climax, in the end, when Shiwen finished the song, the originally loud chirping of the cicadas was like a broken string. It suddenly quieted down. After a few breaths, the back garden was completely silent. Not even the sound of cicadas could be heard. Cicadas. It wasn't until the noisy chirping of the cicadas rang out again that everyone came back to their senses. They looked at each other and clicked their tongues in wonder. What a good, cold tremble. The song is rare, but the meaning is rare. Royal Princess Shiwen has put in a lot of effort. Ben Gong has a whole new level of respect for you. The taciturn honored consort Shu was the first to speak her praise. Her fair face, which was like a young girl's, was slightly flushed. It was a rare expression that only appeared after seeing something she liked. Duchess Jing was still a little confused. She leaned forward and asked, did I have a bad hearing just now? Why did the cicadas in the garden suddenly stop chirping? Someone on the side joked, old madam isn't deaf. The cicadas just stopped chirping, but we all heard them. Shiwen saw everyone's reaction and raised the corners of her eyes. She couldn't hide the pride in her eyes and sent a look towards Cui Axan. When Yu Shu saw this situation, she couldn't help but praise Shiwen's good intentions in her heart. First, she called Cui Axan to come forward and use her family's unique skill to control the situation, making it so that the people who came later couldn't surpass her. When the people in the seats were all bored, she stood up and swept away the depressing situation. It was refreshing. If there were no accidents, no one would be able to overshadow Shiwen's performance of Cold Cicada. Tonight, the golden jade hibiscus would belong to no one but her. Although Yu Shu was sure that Shiwen taking the golden jade hibiscus was just an empty wish, she still felt unhappy when she saw Shiwen's complacent appearance. There was a faint voice in her heart. Shui Rui was the person she liked, but there were other women scheming in order to express their goodwill. How could she endure this? Yushu asked herself, if she really let Shiwen win the golden jade hibiscus and hold it in front of Shui Rui in front of everyone, would she be able to swallow this? Can't swallow it. Xan Lu suddenly heard Yushu muttering to herself and turned to look at her. What did you say? Yushu's eyes flashed and several thoughts flashed through her mind. She put one hand on Xan Lu's shoulder and asked casually, half of the people have come out. Aren't you also prepared? When are you going up? Xan Lu scratched his head and said gloomily, with my little weight, I'd better not join in the fun. At most, my mother will scold me when I go back. There were many female guests like Xan Lu who had no intention of fighting for the golden jade hibiscus. Seeing that there was someone in front of them, they were even more unwilling to show their heads. Therefore, after she went past, everyone was still immersed in the lingering sound of the cicada. For a long time, no one dared to stand up and compete with her. Seeing this scene, a group of nobles in the waterside pavilion exchanged a few glances and started to discuss which one was the best. Those with sharp ears all heard that Cui Axayan and Shiwen were mentioned the most and Shiwen was praised the most. At present, Wenwen is slightly better than Miss Cui. Imperial consort Shui's gaze swept around and landed on Princess Yang. She recalled, looking at this child, I think of fifth sister when you were young. You were also full of vitality, mischievous and clever. You were very likable. Princess Yang's hand holding the tea paused and looked back at her, trying to see something from Imperial consort Shui's beautiful face. After a moment, she smiled bitterly. When I was young, I was not sensible and caused a lot of trouble for eldest brother. Hearing her mention the Shui family's eldest brother who passed away early, the people present just felt that there was something unusual between the two sisters. Then they heard Imperial consort Shui's crisp laughter. Hee, I digressed. Back to the main topic. Who else wants to come up and try? If there is no one, then I will betroth this golden jade hibiscus in my hand. Hearing this, Shiwen quietly took a step forward. She was so excited that she couldn't hold back the corner of her mouth. But the people around were in low spirits. Seeing this, Yushu secretly sneered. She didn't have time to think carefully and stepped forward. However, before she could step forward, Cui Axayan, who had been secretly watching her, saw her move and pushed Rui Zizhu who was standing in front of her. Rui Zizhu reflexively took 2 steps forward and suddenly jumped in front of others. When she looked up and saw Yushu who was about to step forward, she hurriedly said, Me too. Everyone turned to look at her and whispered to each other. Shiwen looked at Cui Axayan with a questioning look. Cui Axayan moved closer to her ear and whispered a few words. Soon, Shiwen showed a hint of schadenfreude on her face. She looked at Rui Zizhu and then at Yushu, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Rui Zizhu instantly blushed. She quickly glanced at Yushu, who was covered in a misty light, and no one dared to look at her directly. She bit the tip of her tongue hard and calmed herself down before asking for instructions in the waterside pavilion. I have also prepared. Please allow me, Your Highnesses. Few people present didn't recognize that she was the Empress's niece. Noble consort Shui narrowed her eyes and glanced at the person who was about to step forward. She curled her lips and said, Girl of the Rui family, what are you good at? Tell me. I have a story to tell. Rui Zizhu's hands hung by her side and her toes were pressed together, revealing her nervousness. You want to tell a story? Noble consort Shui looked at her in surprise. Is it interesting? Yes, it is. Duchess Jing laughed. I have attended the gentleman's hibiscus banquet for more than a decade and have never seen anyone come here to tell a story. Your Highness, why not listen? Noble consort Shui nodded and tilted her body toward the couch. She raised her hand and gestured around. All of you be quiet and listen to what she's going to say. Rue Zizhu was, after all, the daughter of a duke. Because her back was facing Yushu, her initial nervousness had passed. She put on the proper bearing. She straightened her skirt, raised her head, and lowered her eyes slightly. She thought for a moment. She first organized the words that Xuan had taught her tonight before speaking. This story says that there is a city in the south where a wealthy family lives. This wealthy family has a master. After the main wife passed away, he took in a few concubines. One of them was a Yinyang. Before entering the family, she was a widow. She raised a son and a daughter with great difficulty. After remarrying, because the master was kind, she brought them into the wealthy family so that they didn't have to worry about food and clothing. What I want to talk about today isn't about the widow, but the daughter that she brought into the wealthy family. Rue Zizhu wasn't a proper storyteller. Her opening was dull, but her voice was tender and crisp. It was pleasant to listen to. Thus, both standing and sitting, everyone listened. No one was distracted. Yushu only needed to hear this opening to know that it was directed at her. She stared at Rue Zizhu for a while. Her gaze shifted and met Xuan's smiling face. Her eyes darkened. That girl was born with a lowly life. Her father died suddenly, her mother worked hard, and her younger brother was sick and weak. With great difficulty, she entered the family of a wealthy family, but she refused to be honest. She often did those sneaky things and was caught more than once. Gradually, she was given the cold shoulder. The people around discussed in low voices. Most of them said that the girl in the story didn't know any better. Once, she stole something valuable and was caught by the servants. She was sent to the old madam of the family and was punished in public. She didn't realize that she was in the wrong first and harbored a grudge against the rich family. One time, she got a chance and actually slandered the reputation of the family that raised her. Later, the rich family didn't reciprocate their kindness. Seeing that the girl was stubborn, they hardened their heart and chased her out. Hearing this, someone in the waterside pavilion couldn't help but scold. It was Duchess Jing, who had a clear distinction between likes and dislikes. Well done. What a cruel and unscrupulous thing. Noble consort Shui calmly advised, "Old madam, continue listening. The story isn't finished yet." Rue Zizhu licked her lips and continued, "Your Highness is farsighted. This story isn't over yet. Who would have thought that after that girl was chased out of the family, she actually had good luck? Her life was smooth sailing, and she made friends with noble people. Now, she is living a glorious life outside. And that rich family, more or less because of this girl, from then on, the family declined. In the end, they lost their flesh and blood, and ended up in ruin and dejection. They say that good and evil will be rewarded, but who would have thought that the heavens would close their eyes?" When everyone heard her say this, they all felt that something was strange. It was still Duchess Jing who first asked, Zizhu girl, from what you said, it sounds like it's true. Could it be that this isn't a made-up story, but a real person?" "This is indeed true. To tell the truth, old madam, that girl who returned kindness with ingratitude is now settling down in the capital," Rue Zizhu said in one breath. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and her mouth was dry. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone was shocked. Only imperial concubine Shui played with the pure gold fragrant handkerchief, her expression unchanged. "Nonsense." Empress Shu frowned and asked sternly, "Are you speaking without thinking, or are you deliberately mystifying me? If there really is such a person, you better explain now. Otherwise, I will charge you with the crime of lying." Rue Zizhu grabbed her sleeve with one hand. After a moment of hesitation, she couldn't help but look back. She glanced at the crowd and happened to meet Yushu's cold eyes. Her heart suddenly jumped, but she couldn't raise her hand to point it out. She could only avoid her eyes, lowered her head, and mumbled, "I only know that the girl's fate is light and lowly. Not even 1 in 1,000 people will appear. It is commonly known as a dog shit life." Pfft, someone couldn't help but laugh. The words dog shit life were too vulgar. The atmosphere eased a little, and then there was a surprised voice, "You said dog shit life?" Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, only to see a pretty young girl making a big fuss over nothing. This person was Zhan Shuiyuan, who had quite a bit of conflict with Yu Shu. She was the current 7th-ranked Zanji of the Taiching department. Empress Shu was displeased and said, "What are you shouting for?" Zhan Shuiyuan hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Please forgive me, Your Highness. I was disrespectful just now. It's really my first time as the Celestial Commissioner. A few days ago, I checked the documents and happened to see a girl with a light and lowly fate. She is the dog shit life that Miss Rui mentioned. I was surprised because this person was here tonight." Empress Shu's expression turned cold. She said coldly, "Who is it? Point her out." Yu Shu folded her hands in her sleeves and looked straight ahead. A storm was brewing in the bottom of her dark eyes, waiting to be unleashed. Chapter 523. Rui Zizhu had told a story of repaying kindness with evil, and not repaying kindness with kindness. Many people at the banquet were filled with righteous indignation, but no one had expected that the protagonist of the story, who had a dog shit life, was here tonight. This person is this year's great divination girl, Yu Shu. Zhan Shuiyuan pointed out Yu Shu based on the fact that she had a dog shit life. In the next moment, Yu Shu became the focus of the crowd. Almost everyone was thinking, is this a coincidence, or is the ungrateful villain in the story her? Xan Lu and Miss Ning, who were standing next to Yu Shu, were stunned. "Operator Yu, is it?" Honored Consort Shu's expression was not good. She scrutinized Yu Shu and said coldly, "Say it yourself. Are you the person mentioned in the story?" Xan Lu quietly grabbed Yu Shu's hand and said nervously, "The Lotus Room." Yu Shu gave Xan Lu a reassuring look, then gently pushed her away and stood out. She walked to the center of the crowd. She didn't look at Zhan Shuiyuan, who had come out to identify her, and stood next to Rui Zizhu, who had been lying to her for a long time. She lowered her head and replied, "Honored Consort Shu, I don't know if the person Miss Rui was talking about is me." Her answer caused people to whisper. According to the situation, she was either mistaken, or she didn't admit it. How could she say she didn't know? What are you talking about? You don't even know about your own matters. Be honest. Duchess Jing pulled a long face and said sternly, "The gentleman's hibiscus banquet cannot tolerate a woman of low character. If you really did such a cruel and unscrupulous thing, you can leave now." Apart from the 2 imperial consorts, Duchess Jing's position was the highest. As soon as she spoke, a group of girls looked at Yu Shu with sympathy. She had been kicked out of the gentleman's hibiscus banquet. If this got out, would she still have the face to see others in the future? She uncovered half of her smiling face with her fan. She tilted her head and whispered to Cui Axan, "You're the best. That girl is vengeful, and Rui Zizhu has offended her this time. Neither of them will gain anything today. Xingxuan's family was ruined by this girl and she died in prison. I won't let her off no matter what." Cui Axian looked at Yu Shu and gently shook her head. She was not as optimistic as Yu Shu. "I don't think things will go so smoothly. She doesn't look like someone who will obediently give in. Maybe I will have to step in later. Princess, remember, no matter what happens later, don't force yourself. Just wait to get that golden jade hibiscus in the end." Shiwen hesitated for a moment before nodding. As for Yu Shu, she was being interrogated by Duchess Jing, but she didn't panic nor was she frightened. She bowed towards the waterside pavilion and said, I ask noble consort Shui to investigate clearly. Miss Rui said that what she said was a true story. I have a few questions that I want to clarify with her. Otherwise, I really don't know if she is talking about me or not. Noble consort Shui glanced at her and turned her head to the angry Duchess Jing. This is right and wrong. We have to verify it. We can't just listen to one side of the story. Let's listen to what she has to say. In the end, in this entire garden, noble consort Shui was the most powerful. No one's words were as effective as hers. Yushu saw this point and didn't care if Duchess Jing didn't like her or not. Thank you, Your Highness, for your permission. Yushu stood up and turned to face Rui Zizhu. She first sized up this little girl who had no enmity with her but suddenly jumped out to bite her. Rui Zizhu knew that Yushu was looking at her. She was very flustered, but she was afraid that if she avoided it too much, others would see that she was guilty. She could only brace herself and raise her face to meet Rui Zizhu's eyes. Yushu saw Rui Zizhu's small movements and sneered in her heart. Finding such a little sheep to use as a weapon, the person behind this was really not afraid that she, an ingrate, would gnaw on them until not a single bone was left. Miss Rui, can you say for sure that the passage you've just described is a true story? Yes. Did you see it with your own eyes? This. I heard it from someone else. Who did you hear it from? In the face of Yushu's aggressive questioning, Rui Zizhu couldn't resist and couldn't help but turn her head and look in a certain direction. Seeing that she was at a loss, Yushu's voice suddenly sank. I asked Miss Rui a question. Why didn't you answer? Everything that happened in the south can reach the ears of a miss living in the capital. I really want to see whether someone has a long tongue or you have a pair of ears that can hear the wind. Rui Zizhu's face turned red and she stuttered, I am. The two of them confronted each other. Rui Zizhu was clearly out of breath. Seeing this, everyone present suddenly became a little suspicious. In the waterside pavilion, Imperial concubine Shui's slender fingernails scratched the silk handkerchief, her beautiful eyes flashing. Seeing this, Cui Axan secretly sighed and said to Shi Wen, I knew it wouldn't be easy to bluff her. If it was someone else in prison, they would only think about how to get out and clear their name and panic first. She's good, she wants to find the person. Forget it, I'll do it. After saying this, she didn't wait for Rui Zizhu to confess her identity and walked from the back to the front. I was the one who told that story to Miss Rui. Seeing Cui Axan step forward, the smile on Shi Wen's face disappeared. When Yushu saw Cui Axan's head, she quickly narrowed her eyes. She looked past Cui Axan and glanced at Shi Wen, who was standing in the corner. She immediately understood. So you're that person with a long tongue. Yushu didn't hold back and taunted him. Cui Axan frowned and said, You Swansea, you should be more polite. As a fellow teacher, I respect you as a fourth-class teacher. However, there are nobles here tonight, so don't be rude. Yushu sneered, I have never been negligent in my respect towards nobles, but I'm too lazy to be hypocritical towards some people with long tongues. Saying this, she didn't wait for Cui Axan to refute her and bowed towards the waterside pavilion again. She raised her voice and asked for instructions, reporting to Imperial concubine Shui, I'm done asking. Since we know that the story came from Miss Cui, why don't we let her explain to us whether the dog shit life mentioned in the story just now was me? Up until now, Yushu hadn't said a single word to defend herself. However, her calm reaction had dispelled most of the suspicions people had about her. Imperial concubine Shui lazily pointed at Cui Axan, then I'll let you explain. Cui Axan had originally been prepared to argue with Yushu, but she never expected such a situation to occur. She hesitated for a moment before replying Nyang Nyang's question, the story that Miss Zizhu just mentioned was something I told her half a month ago. The people and events in the story are all true, and that ungrateful girl is precisely this Swansea in front of us. Imperial concubine Shui raised her eyebrows. Concubine Shu, who was beside her, said with a straight face, "What exactly is going on? Explain clearly." Chui Axan sighed and didn't look at Yu Shu's expression at this moment. She said, "Your Highness, please investigate. I didn't know that Miss Siju would make this story into a story. Although there are some distortions in it, it's generally the truth. Swansea is from the south. Before she came to the capital, her birth mother brought her to live in the Ji residence in Yang City. She was raised by the Ji family. Later, because she made a mistake, she was driven out by the Ji family. Who knew that on the way to the capital, she saved a Daoist who was in trouble and obtained a fateful encounter. Later, she became brother and sister with the eldest son of the Shui family. From then on, her luck changed for the better. Today, she is a brilliant and admirable female fortune-teller. However, the Ji family that raised her has either died or broken up. It's really disappointing." Chui Axian laughed bitterly and continued, "And the reason why I know all of this is because of my best friend when I was studying at the Imperial Historian's Library. She used to be the fourth daughter of the Ji family. The Haidwan Great Master Ji Xingxuan personally told me about it. If you don't believe me, you can go investigate this Swansea's background and see if there's any falsehood in what I said." Duchess Jing asked again, "Where is the young miss of the Ji family now? Send someone to summon her for questioning." "Old madam doesn't know." Chui Axian's voice choked. She lowered her head and said, "Younger sister Xingxuan died in prison not long ago because she was involved in a murder case. In reality, it was Swansea who testified against Xingxuan's crimes and caused her to be thrown into prison. And previously, the master of the Ji family, the former celestial commissioner, Right Judge Ji, was also accused by this Swansea of favoritism and fraud. That was why he committed suicide by biting his tongue in court." Everyone was speechless and became silent. Yu Shu didn't interrupt at all. She listened to Chui Axian's evasive explanation. It could be seen that Shi Wen and her group were determined to pour this basin of dirty water on her head today. Ungrateful, dogsh asterisk T life, ingrate. Any one of these names would make her unable to lift her head in the future. Actually, as early as when she became famous in Dian, she had already mentally prepared herself. There would be a day when her unbearable body would be used as a pretext to make a fuss. If it wasn't now, then it would be later. Today, she would borrow the knife in the other party's hands to completely eradicate this hidden danger. Duchess Jing's face became colder and colder. The way she looked at Yu Shu also became more and more unfriendly. Swansea, let me ask you. Do you admit to the things that the Chui family's girl just said?" When Yu Shu was called, she raised her pair of almond-shaped eyes. She stared at the red figure sitting on the highest seat in the waterside pavilion. She calmly said, "What are the things that Duchess Jing is asking about? Is it about how I used to live with my birth mother in Yiyang Ji Fu? Or is it about how I was later chased out by the Ji family? Or is it about how the right judge of the Ji family was accused of corruption by me? Or is it about how Ji Xingxuan was accused of murder by me? If you're asking about these things, then I admit to them. These were all facts." She would know if she asked around a bit. She wasn't stupid enough to argue. As soon as Yu Shu's voice fell, there was a buzz below and the crowd became restless. Xian Lu was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. He tightly grasped Miss Ning's hand and cursed in a low voice, "This idiot, what is the point of admitting to it?" "Humph." Duchess Jing immediately threw a dagger in Yu Shu's eyes. Without asking the two concubines, she made the decision and raised her voice, "Someone come, drive this heartless and unscrupulous thing out." Two little eunuchs ran up from below. Without another word, they grabbed Yu Shu's shoulders and pulled her out. Yushu didn't struggle. Her eyes were still fixed on the waterside pavilion. She was gambling on a single thought that noble consort Shui would have. Tonight's banquet was personally hosted by noble consort Shui. She wouldn't allow anyone on her guest list to be driven out on the spot because of their poor conduct. In the waterside pavilion, noble consort Shui restrained the faint smile that had been hanging on the corners of her mouth. Tonight, for the first time, she looked at someone. Chapter 524. Come on, I'll let you guys have a good time. I beg for pink votes. Wait, let go of her. Nyang nyang. Duchess Jing looked at Imperial Consort Shui in disapproval. Consort Shu also said, Jijia, how can this kind of person be allowed to attend the gentleman's lotus banquet? Imperial Consort Shui ignored them and waved her hand. The two eunuchs didn't dare to disobey and immediately let go of Yushu. From what you said just now, Ben Gong heard that you didn't have any regrets and didn't feel that you were wrong, right? Yushu first tidied up her wrinkled clothes, then lifted the hem of her skirt and knelt down. She raised her head and said, Yushu indeed doesn't feel that I was wrong. Duchess Jing was enraged by her bold and confident manner. She was about to slam the table and scold her when Imperial Consort Shui intentionally or unintentionally cast a glance at her that froze her on the spot. There was less indolence than before. At this moment, Imperial Consort Shui didn't have any amiable and approachable aura. Her every action carried the dignity of the mistress of the inner palace, making people not dare to easily overstep her boundaries. Duchess Jing awkwardly put down her hand and Consort Shu imperceptibly furrowed her brows. Chui Axian, Imperial Consort Shui suddenly called out a name and turned her head to the other side of Rui Zizhu. Chui Axian was bowing and said, You heard her. She said that she doesn't feel that she was wrong. Tell her where she did wrong. Yes, Chui Axian obeyed and turned to look at Yushu kneeling on the ground. Her face was stern and she criticized without hesitation, the Ji family raised you, but you didn't feel grateful. Instead, you took advantage of benefits and took revenge, repaying kindness with evil. You accused official Ji of favoritism and fraud. Although it was a righteous act, your birth mother was a concubine of the Ji family. You used to be half a servant of the Ji family. To act so pretentiously, you are a villain who betrays his master for glory. This is your first mistake. When the Ji family was in trouble, you didn't go to visit them. You didn't help them in their hour of need, but instead, you hit them while they were down. You took advantage of the day when the Ji family's old master was holding a memorial service to kidnap your biological mother from the Ji mansion. This kind of disregard for human relations is your second mistake. You accused Ji Xingxuan of murdering someone, causing her to seek refuge in prison. She had a bright future ahead of her, yet you ended her life in anger. You didn't kill Bo Ren, but Bo Ren died because of you. Such a cold-blooded heart, heartless and unjust, is your third mistake. Chui Axian's eyebrows were stained with a layer of anger. It was obvious that she was grieving over her best friend's death. She spoke eloquently and scolded Yushu for 3 times in a row. She pointed at her and said, You've done so much wrong, and you still dare to say that you're not wrong. Betraying his master for glory, disregarding human relations, heartless and unjust. If it was anyone else who was humiliated by Chui Axian like this, they would probably cover their face and run away in embarrassment. However, the one standing here right now was the stubborn and unmoved Yushu. Your Imperial Highness, please forgive Yushu for being impolite. Yushu bowed towards the waterside pavilion. Noble Consort Shui looked at her with great interest and nodded in acknowledgement. Yushu straightened her body from the ground, dusted her sleeves, and turned to face the furious Chui Axian. Her expression sank and she suddenly shouted, Your mother's spring and autumn bullshit. Everyone was stunned when they saw the white-clothed girl, who was as slender as a hibiscus, cursing as soon as she opened her mouth. Even Chui Axayan was stunned by her scolding. "You're saying that I'm a betrayer for glory? Let me ask you, what kind of master is the Ji family to me?" My Yushu's father was a county scholar with a clean family background. After my mother was widowed, she caught the eye of the greedy and lecherous third master of the Ji family. She had no choice but to submit herself to him. My younger brother and I have always had the surname Yu. With our clean family background, just because we ate leftovers from the Ji family for 2 years, we become half-servants in your words. At first, everyone had only heard Rui Zizhu and Chui Xan's side of the story. They said that the Ji family was generous and that Yushu was a vile person. Who would have thought that the same story would come out of Yushu's mouth and sound completely different? In the eyes of this group of capital nobles, a county scholar might not be worth mentioning, but at least he was a decent scholar. As the saying goes, it's better to be a humble servant than a vermilion dog. She was an innocent person who hadn't sold herself or changed her surname, yet she was called a servant. Anyone would be angry if they were in her shoes. No wonder Yushu was so angry that she scolded people. Everyone could understand why. Chui Axayan came back to her senses and thought, this is bad. She thought that she had caught Yushu's weakness, but she didn't expect that she would be the one being held back. She blamed herself for not finding out that Yushu's biological father was actually a county scholar. She calmed herself down and immediately retorted, even if you're not a servant, the Ji family is indeed your benefactor. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. How did you repay the Ji family? Did you force Lord Ji to die a tragic death in court? Ha! Yushu couldn't help but laugh as if she had heard something funny. Then, she coldly glanced at Chui Axayan and said rudely, "Did I force the Ji family's master to die? Do you have the guts to say that again?" The Supreme Court personally investigated him. It was obvious that he cheated in the Dian examination and stole the exam questions. That's why he got what he deserved. She saw Chui Axayan's expression change and sneered again. She looked around, straightened her back and said, "To tell the truth, I accidentally saw the former right judicial judge bending the law for favoritism. That day, I was also very conflicted. If I reported him, I would be too cold-hearted. However, the Dian examination is a grand event of our dynasty. It is held once every 3 years. Many people have endured hardships just to fight for a place in the examination. The current emperor places great importance on it. That right judicial judge Ji could betray the emperor for his own selfishness, but I, Yushu, can't let him get away scot-free just because of a wrong decision." At this moment, a cool breeze swept by and the crystals and pearls around Yushu fluttered. The light and shadow swayed. It could be seen that the space between her eyebrows was red and her face was full of righteousness. "I lost my father when I was young and didn't receive much education. However, I've read a few books of sages. I know that eating the emperor's salary and being loyal to him is the reason why the world is peaceful. It's because we have a wise emperor. I'm just a commoner. I can't share the emperor's worries, but I'm also very righteous. I can't tolerate a villain who goes against the emperor. If I abandon righteousness for a small favor, that would be wrong. And I, for the sake of righteousness, became a villain in other people's eyes. I really don't know if they have no loyalty in their hearts, or if they're pretending to be benevolent and righteous." Yushu's words hit the nail on the head. She looked at Chui Axayan and Rui Zizhu coldly and mocked in her heart, "If they want to pour dirty shit on me, then they should be prepared to be pushed into the latrine pit by me. They are far from the ability to call a deer a horse and say that the underworld is white." When she finished speaking, Chui Axayan and Rui Zizhu's faces turned pale. They looked back and saw that in the waterside pavilion, noble consort Shue's face was cold. At this moment, the topic had risen to loyalty and righteousness. Duchess Jing and consort Shu didn't dare to say anything. They were afraid that they would be pinned with a big hat and attract a lot of trouble. For the sake of righteousness, abandon a small favor. Noble consort Shui slowly nodded. This action revealed her satisfaction with Yu Shu. Chui family's girl, are you disloyal to your ruler or are you pretending to be benevolent and righteous? Chui Axian knelt down with a thud and bowed her head to apologize. Your Highness, please forgive me. This lowly girl made a slip of the tongue. It was just a moment of anger and an unintentional mistake. I would never dare to offend my superior. In the crowd, Shi Wen's eyes were gloomy when she saw the situation change. There was a touch of worry and annoyance in them. She looked at Chui Xian's figure, not knowing what she was thinking. It's good that you know that you made a slip of the tongue. Noble consort Shui glanced at Chui Xian, then paused on the trembling Rui Zizhu. She shook her head inwardly. She then shifted her gaze to the unyielding Yu Shu. She felt that she was even more pleasing to the eye. It's good that you know what righteousness is and what trifles are. This is good. However, they said that you kidnapped your mother from the Ji Fu. Is this true? When noble consort Shui asked, Yu Shu immediately revealed an angry expression. She gritted her teeth and said, Your Highness, the Ji family bore a grudge against me because I reported Ji Huaishan. Because they didn't dare to arrest me, they took out their anger on my mother. They locked her in the woodshed and beat and scolded her all day. When I went to the Ji Fu to visit, I saw that my mother was being tortured to the point of death. I had no choice but to save my mother from the Ji family's fiery pit and secretly take her out of the Fu. If you say that this was wrong, I can't admit it. Could it be that I should watch as my mother was tortured to death and not care about it? Was that the right thing to do? Upon hearing this, the crowd once again began to whisper amongst themselves. Their impression of the already declined Ji clan was no longer as sympathetic as before. I pity your filial piety. Noble consort Shui sighed. She turned her head to ask Duchess Jing, the old foreign is someone who values filial piety the most. In your opinion, is it wrong for this child to smuggle her mother away? If Duchess Jing shook her head, she would go against her filial piety. However, if she nodded, she would reverse her previous attitude and correct Yu Shu's name. The old foreign had an embarrassed expression. After hesitating for a while, she gave in front of noble consort Shui and said, Filial piety is the most important of all virtues. It seems that I wronged this child earlier. Noble consort Shui nodded and accepted the cup of tea that a palace maid brought to her side. She took a shallow sip to moisten her throat before speaking again. Since the old foreign has said so, Ben Gong will make the decision tonight. Your mother was originally a concubine of the Ji family. It's not proper for her to be secretly taken away by you. In any case, the Ji family is in a terrible state now. It's not good for your mother to go back. It's better to drop the matter. Tomorrow, go to the local yamen and take Ben Gong's words to remove your mother's registration. Yu Shu had always been vexed by the awkwardness of Aunt Chui's identity. She couldn't think of a solution. As long as the Ji family didn't relent, her birth mother couldn't see the light of day. In the future, it would become a stain on her. This vexation was easily resolved by noble consort Shui's words. It was as if Yu Shu had picked up a gold ingot empty-handed. She was pleasantly surprised and quickly kowtowed. She didn't care if it looked good or not. She gave a solid kowtow. Many thanks, Nyang Nyang, for your grace. Yu Shu thanks on behalf of my mother. Noble consort Shui smiled and said to the two sides, looking at her like this, I can see that she's even more filial. The people in the pavilion didn't dare to say anything and all responded to her words. Not long ago, Yu Shu had been looked down upon and regarded as a shameless villain. In the blink of an eye, she had become a loyal and filial child. Yushu didn't feel guilty at all. She climbed up from the ground without a blush on her face and didn't even gasp for breath. She spoke and cut off the voices inside. Miss Chui said that I made 3 mistakes. I've already proven 2 of them. The last one is that Ji Xingxuan died because of me. I still want to prove it to her. Nyang Nyang, please allow me to do so. Noble consort Shui agreed. At this time, the one kneeling on the ground was Chui Axan. The one standing and looking down at her was Yushu. Miss Chui said that I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. You only care about blaming me for pointing out that she committed the murder. Do you know why I'm biting her so hard? Chui Axan's face was taut and she didn't say anything. She knew everything about Ji Xingxuan's crime from Shi Wen. Originally, she just wanted to use this incident to add another crime to Yushu so as to make the previous 2 more serious. She didn't expect that she would underestimate her enemy and fail to use morality to suppress Yushu. Instead, she took drastic measures to overturn her previous words. She raised her eyes slightly and looked at where Shiwen was in the crowd. Seeing that Shiwen didn't move, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, there was something unfathomable in her eyes. Yushu sneered and said, "If you don't want to say it, then I'll say it." That day, the 9th prince held a banquet in the Xiancheng garden. I was wandering in the garden and saw Ji Xingxuan trying to kill Miss Axan. She wanted to push her down from a tall building. Axan Lu and I were good friends and we were very close. I saw her being attacked and almost lost her life. I was so angry that I couldn't bear it. Do you think I'm stupid for not pointing her out? That's right. What do you know? You only know how to listen to hearsay and wrongly accuse a good person. Xan Lu, who had been held back by Miss Ning, finally couldn't hold back her anger. She stood up straight and didn't forget to salute to the waterside pavilion. She glared fiercely at Chui Rui and said, "That day, in order to save me, Lotus Fong didn't hesitate to take risks and almost fell down the building with me. Why can't our lives be compared to Ji Xingxuan's? She had bad intentions, so she committed murder. Sooner or later, she would have been sentenced to death, so she committed suicide in prison to escape punishment. How can you blame Lotus Fong? Don't tell me that Lotus Fong forced her to kill people. Although I haven't known Lotus Fong for a long time, I know her character better than you irrelevant people. When my life was hanging by a thread, she was willing to sacrifice her life for me, a friend. You claim that you are on good terms with Ji Xingxuan, but when the Ji family was in trouble and Ji Xingxuan was in prison, where were you? When the person is dead, then you come to gossip. What are you thinking? Xan Lu was used to being a sharp-tongued person, and she was born with more loyalty than others. She put herself in Yushu's shoes and felt that she should treat her with sincerity. Whoever went against Yushu was going against her. This was also a lucky hit. Yushu praised herself 10 times, but it couldn't compare to someone praising her once. Xan Lu had a good relationship with people in Anling City. As soon as she spoke, people believed most of her words. Therefore, in addition to loyalty and filial piety, Yushu also had a strong sense of brotherhood. Yushu looked at the angry Xan Lu and laughed secretly. "Good Lu, I didn't love you for nothing." Rui Ziju's face turned red and white. Faced with a group of people pointing at her, she was full of regret. At this moment, she came to her senses and knew that Shiwen was deliberately provoking her. She couldn't help but hate herself for being hot-headed and agreeing to help Yushu. Chui Axian was like a block of wood. She knelt on the ground and let Axian Lu shout at her. On the surface, she seemed to accept it, but no one knew what she was thinking. Noble consort Shui saw Axian Lu pecking randomly like a rooster and found it funny. Although she didn't want to scold her, she still put on a stern face and scolded her. "All right, why are you making such a fuss? You can leave." Xan Lu pouted unwillingly. She threw a few sharp glances at Cui Zizhu and Rui Zizhu before standing to the side. Miss Ning quickly grabbed her to prevent her from causing trouble. "I've asked clearly. It was all a misunderstanding. In my opinion, such a loyal and filial child is not bad." Noble consort Shue's words set the tone. She smiled and said to the crowd, "You wasted so much effort. I'll teach you to remember this. Behave properly and sit properly. If you are upright, you won't have to worry about your shadow being crooked. Don't try to stir up trouble for no reason. As a woman, you must remember not to talk too much." Although she didn't point out names, her eyes clearly swept over Rui Zizhu, Cui Xan, and Zhan Chuiyuan, who had his head lowered and was pretending to be ignorant. As for Shi Wen, the mastermind, although she tried her best to hide it, her eyes revealed some anger. Seeing that they were in such a sorry state and that a hidden danger was removed, Yu Shu's anger was half gone, but the other half was still there. After listening to noble consort Shue's words, she asked again, "Imperial concubine, I still have a matter to discuss with that female official who just called me a dog shit life." Noble consort Shue seemed to be in a good mood. Facing Yu Shu's continuous requests, she didn't feel annoyed. She waved her hand again and agreed. "If you have something to say it quickly." "Yes." Yu Shu nodded obediently. She turned around and walked toward Shiwen expressionlessly. Shiwen looked at Yu Shu, who was walking toward her. She wasn't afraid of her, but she was curious about what she was going to do. However, she saw Yu Shu stare at her, raised her hand, and rolled up her sleeves. Zhan Chuiyuan, who was standing half a step behind Shiwen, suddenly remembered something. His eyelids twitched and he couldn't help but shiver. The next moment, there was a crisp sound. Shiwen and Zhan Chuiyuan's vision blurred. When they came back to their senses, Yu Shu's loud slap had already landed on Zhan Chuiyuan's face. Slap! Shiwen was taken aback. Her eyes widened and her mouth agape. Before she could react, Yu Shu had already delivered another slap to her face. Slap! Slap! After 3 slaps, Zhan Chuiyuan screamed and covered his face. It was dead silent around the waterside pavilion. Shiwen stared blankly at Yu Shu's eyes, which had been staring at her from the beginning to the end. She lowered her head and moved closer to her and Zhan Chuiyuan. To outsiders, it seemed that Yu Shu was whispering to Zhan Chuiyuan, who was being slapped. However, the low voice of laughter was clearly heard by Shiwen. "I want the golden jade hibiscus." Looking at Shiwen's stiff face, Yu Shu laughed in her heart. Chapter 525. Yu Shu abruptly slapped Zhan Chuiyuan 3 times in a row without even blinking. However, the one who felt the greatest impact from these slaps was not the dazed Zhan Chuiyuan, but Shiwen. Yu Shu's declaration by her ear was like the 3 slaps had landed on her face. It caused her brain to explode and she screamed uncontrollably, "Yu Lianfeng, how dare you!" This voice broke the momentary silence in the flower garden. In the waterside pavilion, a group of nobles all looked towards noble consort Shui, their gazes seemingly asking, what was this situation? Why did they fight? The corners of noble consort Shue's eyes twitched. She helplessly pulled down her face and coldly said, "What are you all doing?" Shiwen came back to her senses and glared fiercely at Yu Shu. Without another word, she rushed to complain first, "Nyang Nyang, you saw it with your own eyes. This Yu Shu is truly savage, actually daring to hit an official of the imperial court. The young lady of the Zhan family is the newly appointed 7th-ranked celestial commissioner, an official position. Just because she spoke out of turn, she hit her as she pleased, and it was even in front of you. She simply has no respect for the law." Noble consort Shui looked coldly at her flustered and exasperated niece and the good child Yu Shu that she had just praised. She felt a slight headache. Her good impression of Yu Shu was halved. She had originally thought that she was a steady and magnanimous person. Who would have thought that she was still young and impatient? Once she had the upper hand, she didn't know when to back down. What do you think this place is for you to be so impudent? The young lady of the Jean family is an official. Even if she isn't as noble as you, a female fortune teller, she is still receiving the monarch's salary. Just as I said you are loyal to the monarch, you start to act selfishly. You really come from a small family and have no one to raise you. You really don't know how to be dignified. Hearing this, noble consort Xue narrowed her eyes imperceptibly. However, she did not look at consort Xu and only looked at the other girls. Just as she was thinking about how to deal with them, she heard the girl who had caused trouble speak again. In reply to honored consort Xu, Yu Shu is from a small family. Her family background is not bad, but she thinks that in terms of education, she is much better than this blabbermouthed female official. Hearing Yu Shu talking to honored consort Xu like this, another group of people dropped their jaws. He talked back to me. Did this girl talk back to Empress Xu? Noble consort Xue had a strange expression on her face. Yu Shu did not care if honored consort Xu's expression was good or not. She only focused on speaking her reason. A girl's birth date and 8 characters are originally a private matter. After reaching adulthood, it is recorded and kept by the Celestial Commissioner. According to what I know, one needs to obtain the handprint of any supervisor of the 3 departments of the Celestial Commissioner before one can inquire about it. This Zanji is really good, taking care of such a secret, yet she casually said it. She paused, turned her head, and looked at Zhanshu Yuan, whose face was swollen and messy. She said with a face full of contempt, "Today, she can publicly humiliate me for having a lowly birth. In the future, she might cause trouble for other girls. She doesn't know that because of one sentence of hers, it is very likely that she will ruin the rest of someone else's life." I am still in a good mood, rewarding her with a few slaps. If there are really girls with strong personalities, they might fight her to the death. Yu Shu did not bring up the slaps that Zhanshu Yuan owed her. It was not because she had forgotten about it, but because she returned the favor and did not want to make things difficult for noble consort Xue. If she really brought up the slaps, she would definitely bring up the blunder that happened at the ancestral worship ceremony. Zhanshu Yuan losing face was a small matter, but Yu Shu was afraid that Duchess Jing would yell and chase her out again. That would bring shame to noble consort Xue's banquet, which would not be beautiful. There was a limit to everything. Only by grasping it well could one advance appropriately and retreat safely. Thus, she did not want to bring up Zhanshu Yuan's ugly behavior. Instead, she used her tongue as an excuse to make a fuss, confirming Shi Wen and the others' reputation of being long-tongued. She left them with a headache, which could be considered the first lesson. Originally, women were fast-tongued. Long-tongued was not pleasant to hear, but it was not to the extent of having a bad character. It was evident from the fact that Cui Rui and the others had not been chased out for causing trouble. However, when it came to Zhanshu Yuan, it was not so easy for others to understand. As a matter of fact, once they heard Yu Shu's extended words, the way the surrounding people looked at Zhanshu Yuan changed. Everyone present was a young lady who had yet to marry. How could their birthdays and horoscopes be so easily known? In particular, those young ladies who were not bad but had average horoscopes. It would be strange if their hearts did not beat like drums. They were all thinking about whether or not they should go back and complain to their parents. They wanted to squeeze out this loose-mouthed female official and replace her with someone with a tight-lipped mouth. This girl, what a sharp mouth. She is actually very reasonable. It was unknown whether Duchess Jing was angry or amused. She said to noble consort Xue, "I'm old and can't understand the thoughts of these children. Your Highness, you have to make the decision. Let's see what's going on with this matter." Alright, let's get back to the main topic. Tonight is not the night to watch children quarrel. This was because Duchess Jing had calmed down from her anger not long ago. She knew that if she was blunt earlier, noble consort Shui would not like it, so she took the initiative to show weakness. Noble consort Shui did not say anything again. Previously, she had been rebuked by Yu Shu. Whether she was angry or not, it was not written on her face. However, she remembered this person tonight. Noble consort Shui looked left and right. Her mood suddenly became better and her expression softened. Looking at Yu Shu, she thought, she is a bit arrogant. Fortunately, she is quick-witted and cunning. This empress will make a fair judgment. Yu Xuanzi was a bit impulsive, but the young lady of the Zhan family is not without fault. You exposed her background without rhyme or reason. Anyone else would be angry. If she hits you a few times, then we'll call it even. Do any of you have any objections? Noble consort Shui's words were fair and just. Only a few people could hear some partiality in her words. Everyone turned to look at Zhan Shuiyuan, whose face was swollen from the beating. They all secretly gritted their teeth and cried out in pain on her behalf. In their hearts, they also marked Yu Shu as someone who was not to be trifled with. As for Shi Wen, when she saw that Yu Shu had hit someone, how could she be willing to let this matter go just like that? She didn't think too much about Cui Xian's previous warning. She stood up and said with dissatisfaction, "Your Highness. You can't just let this go like this. No matter how wrong Miss Zhan is, she is still a 7th-ranked official. How can you let her hit you for nothing?" Zhan Shuiyuan finally recovered from her fright. When she heard that Shi Wen was standing up for her, she immediately held her face and cried, "Princess is right." This lowly official had a slip of the tongue. It wasn't intentional. Yu Xuanzi. Halfway through her words, she could not continue. This was because Yu Shu turned around and glanced at her. That gaze made one's hair stand on end. Somehow, Zhan Shuiyuan was enlightened. Tears welled up in her eyes. She lowered her head and did not speak anymore. Shi Wen glared at the disappointing Zhan Shuiyuan. She then went to protest with noble consort Shui. She refused to let Yu Shu off. She insisted on pointing out the pros and cons and even brought up the law. Everyone listened with great interest. Many of them could tell that the princess was not venting for that long-tongued female official. Instead, she wanted to make things difficult for this female official. Yu Shu didn't bother to argue with Shi Wen at all and let her speak as she pleased. Her eyes passed through the waterside pavilion and gazed at the brightly lit surface of the steadying wave lake. She was at the center of the incident, yet she still had the mind to think about how Shui Rui would find that hibiscus lantern with a golden wick. When Princess Xiang saw her daughter's stubborn temper, she couldn't help but sigh. When she saw the impatience in noble consort Shui's eyes, she could not pretend to be deaf and mute. She coughed and interrupted Shi Wen. She scolded, "Enough. Her ladyship is in charge. This has nothing to do with you. She was the one who was beaten. She did not make a sound. Does she need you to help her? I just said that you have improved. You performed a good song tonight. We were discussing whether to give you the golden jade hibiscus when you suddenly made a fuss. You blame me for not teaching you well and spoiling you too much." When Shi Wen heard this, her expression changed again. She glanced over and saw that noble consort Shui was drinking tea with her head lowered. She did not look at her. The other Furins who had a say in her looked at her less favorably than before. This made her feel perturbed. The thought of pinching Yu Shu disappeared in an instant. She was afraid that all her plans would be in vain if she did not get the golden jade hibiscus. At this time, Cui Xian, who had been kneeling on the ground for a long time, spoke, "Your ladyship, tonight's quarrel was caused by me. If I had not been sentimental and told that story to Miss Rui, there would not have been so many incidents. Your ladyship, please punish me. Don't blame others." Hearing this, Yu Shu turned her face and looked at this royal princess Shi Wen's attendant. Seeing the pleading expression on her face, she clearly knew that she was covering up for royal princess Shi Wen. But for some reason, Yu Shu intuitively felt that something was wrong. This person was too calm. To say that she was calm, it was not the expression on Cui Xian's face. It was her every move. It gave Yu Shu the illusion that she was not in a hurry. When she came forward to criticize her, each and every mistake she made was refuted one by one. In the end, it seemed that there was only panic on her face. She did not make any stupid moves and only responded with silence. Now, she jumped out to take responsibility. It looked like she was righteous, but behind her actions, it gave Yu Shu the illusion that she did not care. She did not care about offending people. She did not care about ruining Shi Wen's plans. She did not even care about the whole banquet tonight. This person was interesting. After observing for a while, Yu Shu directly removed the word attendant from Cui Xian's head and kept it in mind. You can get up. The girl of the Rui family, don't be afraid. Go to the side and wait. Noble consort Shui was still calm. She did not follow Cui Xian's words and said that she wanted to punish her. She swayed her soft body and lazily leaned back on the cushion. She said, "You guys have made enough noise. Let's stop here. I don't want to hear anyone making a fuss anymore. Let's get back to the main topic. About the golden jade hibiscus, which of you hasn't shown it yet? If you don't come out now, you won't have a chance tonight." Cui Xian and Rui Zizhu were more sensible than Shi Wen. They stood up when noble consort Shui asked them to stand. Cui Xian had been kneeling for a long time. When she stood up, she swayed a few times. Shi Wen hurriedly reached out to support her. Seeing Cui Xian's pale face, she thought that it was all because of her, so she felt guilty. In the future, they would be more intimate. Shi Wen had just helped Cui Xian stand to the side. Before she turned her head, she heard a voice that made her want to gnash her teeth again. "Your ladyships and madams, I have a special skill that I want to show you later." Chapter 526. When Yu Shu returned to Wangji Tower, it was already late at night. She was holding the sandalwood brocade box with the gold jade hibiscus in her hands. Her good mood was ruined by Jing Qin on the way. Plus the twists and turns of the night, she felt tired. However, when she entered the backyard and saw the figure waiting in the corridor downstairs, she couldn't help but smile and quickened her steps. "Brother is waiting for me." Shui Rui smiled as he nodded, and he stared at her as she walked over to stand before him before stretching out his hand to pluck off the crystal flower that was on the verge of falling from the side of her ear, and he rubbed it in his hand before passing it back to her. "Isn't this dress heavy? Go back to the room and change. I'll wait for you to have supper. I have something to tell you." Yu Shu rubbed the back of her stiff neck. She thought that if it weren't for the shining silver, she wouldn't have suffered like this. However, she said proudly, "Isn't this beautiful? I looked in the mirror before I went out and was shocked by myself. Tut, clothes make the man. If I really dress up, I can be considered a beauty." After saying that, she raised her eyebrows and smiled at him. She didn't know that such a coquettish look was enough to make people's heartbeat go crazy. Shui Rui's eyes were a bit deep. He raised his hand and gently pinched her face. He said with a low smile, "I don't care about beauties. But a beauty with such a thick face is rare." "Hey!" Yu Shu hit off his flirting finger. Looking at his handsome face with peach blossoms, she thought of several cases of him. She smiled coldly and poked his chest with her finger. "I'll settle accounts with you later." She turned and went upstairs to change clothes, leaving Shui Rui confused. He wondered what he did to provoke her. After Yushu freshened up and changed into a fresh silk dress, Shui Rui still couldn't figure out what he had done wrong tonight and why she needed to settle accounts with him. Yushu, who didn't wear any makeup, didn't have the eye-catching cold appearance at the banquet. However, her momentum was still there. She put the brocade box on the table and sat opposite to Shui Rui. After staring at him for a while, Shui Rui felt his right eyelid twitching. He had a slight bad feeling. Sure enough, Yushu tapped on the table with one hand and asked expressionlessly, "Commandery Princess Shiwen is fine. What about Miss Rui from the Earl's mansion? Could it be that Big Brother has forgotten something that he needs to tell me?" Rui Zizhu had leaked the marriage between the Shui family and the Earl's mansion. When Yushu first heard about it, she was very angry, but she didn't lose her mind. She thought about it calmly. First, she had to ask Shui Rui to see if he knew about it. If he was also kept in the dark, it would be forgivable. But if he knew about it and deliberately hid it from her. Yushu clenched her fists on her knees. The moment Shui Rui heard her question, he felt a headache coming on. He immediately guessed that she must have heard about the marriage proposal between the Shui Rui family and the Shui Rui family. When he saw the calm look on her face as if a storm was brewing, he knew that she would not hide the sand in her eyes. If he could not give her a good reason tonight, this little ungrateful wretch might turn against him. As Shui Rui thought about it, he got up and sat next to Yushu. Regardless of whether she was willing or not, he grabbed her hand first. "Shu, it's my fault. I'll tell you the truth. You can't keep a distance from me." Yushu's heart skipped a beat. From his words, it was obvious that he knew about it. Her face suddenly darkened and she said, "So, you really have an engagement with Miss Rui?" "No," Shui Rui denied it without thinking. Seeing her pale face, he was afraid that she would misunderstand, so he quickly explained, "My grandfather intends to marry the Earl's mansion. He's interested in the young lady of the Rui family, but the marriage hasn't been decided yet. The elders of the two families just informed each other, and they haven't formally discussed the marriage." Yushu laughed angrily and shook off his hand. She said, "Your family has arranged a marriage for you, but you're hiding it from me. If I hadn't heard her say it tonight, were you going to wait until the marriage was settled before telling me? At that time, you'd coax me, so that you could have two beauties and enjoy the happiness of having two wives, right?" "Nonsense," Shui Rui listened to her speculation, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He grabbed her hand back and held it firmly, lest she ran away. "Listen to me first. It's not too late to be angry with me. First of all, it's not my wish to marry the Earl's mansion. You know what happened between me and the 10th princess. Outsiders thought it was because of the death of my Shui family. My grandfather didn't want to hurt the emperor, so he didn't talk about marriage with me for the past few years. The 10th princess is also the empress's daughter. If someone wants to claim kinship with the Shui family, they have to think twice. The Earl's mansion is the Empress's mother's family. My grandfather intends to marry the Earl's mansion. On the one hand, he also wants to repair the relationship with the Rui family. However, whether this marriage is successful or not, it's not up to the two families to decide. Therefore, I thought that this marriage couldn't be done overnight, so I was thinking about how to make my grandfather give up. At that time, you still wholeheartedly regarded me as a big brother. How could I mention this to you, so I hid it from you." After listening to his words, Yushu's anger also dissipated. She sorted out her thoughts and said with a straight face, "It's fine if you didn't tell me before, but why didn't you discuss it with me later? Am I that unreasonable?" She didn't believe that Shui Rui would be a fickle person. Moreover, she saw with her own eyes that he jumped into the unpredictable depth of Dingbo Lake. He was willing to take risks for her words. There was no doubt that this man's feelings for her. She could only blame herself for hearing it from Rui Zizhu. When she thought of the delicate Miss Rui's shy appearance, she couldn't help but feel angry. A mouthful of sour water was choked in her throat. Seeing that her attitude had softened, Shui Rui secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "If you want to blame someone, you can only blame God's will. Do you know what my original plan was?" Yu Shu shook her head. For a moment, she couldn't think of any good way for him to reject this well-matched marriage. "I've been eyeing this year's gentleman's hibiscus banquet for a long time," Shui Rui said in a low voice. Yu Shu was stunned. After thinking for a moment, she understood what he meant. Her mood suddenly became complicated. "I originally thought that if I fought for the golden jade hibiscus, I'd present it to you in front of everyone to show my sincerity. Then, we'd get married. Grandfather wouldn't be able to force me. Naturally, the marriage with the Earl's mansion would be left unsettled. Who knew? Who knew that I'd become the life-breaker? Not to mention one golden jade hibiscus, even if there were 100 of them, it would still be difficult to achieve anything good." Yu Shu's voice was heavy. From the moment Jing Chen determined that she was the life-breaker, a rope was tied around her neck. The other end of the rope was held in the hands of the emperor of the Dan dynasty. Wherever he led her, she had to go. If she ran in the opposite direction, that rope could take her life. She was such a big trouble. It was hard for Shui Rui to have the guts to accept her. Shui Rui noticed the changes in her expression and guessed why she was worried, so he sighed in his heart before pulling her hand to his chest and rubbing her slender and icy cold fingers as he said slowly, "When the boat reaches the bridgehead, it will straighten out. You must not worry too much. With the two of us working together, we will definitely find a perfect plan." Yu Shu didn't want Shui Rui to worry. She restrained her negative emotions. She frowned and said, "Then what about your marriage with the Rui family? The miss of the Rui family can be provoked by a few words from Shi Wen to deal with me. It seems that she has set her mind on you. If this marriage doesn't go through, will it backfire and make the Empress's misunderstanding deeper?" The Empress had no children. If the Shui family intended to support Lu Tan to ascend the throne, it would be best to get the support of the Rui family. Otherwise, it would not be good for the future if the two families became enemies. Yu Shu's consideration was not wrong. However, when Shui Rui heard this, his eyes flickered and he smiled slightly. "There has been a conflict. It is not necessarily a bad thing not to do this." He was vague and evasive. It seemed that he didn't care about the hatred with the Earl's mansion. Yu Shu couldn't help but be curious. "What do you mean?" Shui Rui didn't answer. He pulled her curled finger in front of him and kissed it. He avoided the important point and said, "I have another way to cancel this marriage. You don't have to worry about it. But where is the other half of the gift you said you would give me? I have worked hard to get the golden jade hibiscus. I am waiting to exchange it with you as a token of love." Yu Shu couldn't stand his intimate behavior. She pulled her hand back and glared at him. "You have the nerve to mention it to me. I asked you to exchange it with the golden jade hibiscus. I didn't ask you to exchange it with your life. You are not a good swimmer and you dare to jump into the middle of the lake. If something bad happens, where should I go to cry?" Shui Rui laughed. He didn't care about her cold expression, and he raised his hand to pinch her soft and fine chin as he said, "If I am so useless, I am not worthy of you, a female fortune-teller who can determine life and death." After saying that, he got up and went into the bedroom. After a while, he came out with the purple jade hairpin in his hand and gave it to Yu Shu. This year's golden jade hibiscus is made of ice chiseled from the Great Snow Mountain. It will become cold when it is hot. It is very rare. Recently, it is stuffy. Put it on the bed and you will have a good night's sleep." Yu Shu took it and looked at it carefully. It was a marvelous work of nature. The hairpin carved from purple jade was only 1/3 the size of a real hibiscus flower, but inside and outside, it was stacked with hundreds of layers of petals. It was as thin as ice gauze and as transparent as silk clothing. When it was in full bloom, it was a faint purple, very moving. She played with it for a while. Then she looked up at Shui Rue and said, "Have you opened the other half of the gift that I gave you last night?" Before Shui Rue went into the lake to look for the lamp, Yushu gave him a brocade bag. Inside it was a purple crystal fan pendant that had been nourished in the wind pond. "I didn't have time to open it." Shui Rue took out the brocade pouch from his clothes. Just as he was about to open it to take a look, without paying attention, Yushu reached out and snatched it away, stuffing it into her sleeve. "Hey! What are you doing? I said that I would give you the other half. It will take a few days to finish. I will keep this half for you and give it to you later. Brother, wait for me. I am sure you will like my gift." If he saw the fan pendant, he would definitely guess that she was going to give him a fan. Then there would be no surprise. Shui Rue looked at her shameless behavior. He narrowed his eyes and bent down with his hands behind his back. His handsome face approached her. "I've been busy all night, but in the end, I've come up empty-handed without any benefits. If it were you, would you be happy?" Yushu admitted that she was wrong. She laughed dryly and subconsciously shrank her neck. She rolled her eyes and tried to fool him. "It is just a few days later. I didn't say that I won't give it to you. Why are you so anxious?" Chapter 527. I have a special skill that I'll show later. Many children from aristocratic families at the banquet had shown their strengths before, such as Chui Xian's spirit-speaking skill. Therefore, when they heard Yushu say that she would show a special skill, some people were curious, and some didn't think so. Seeing this, Shuwen knew that Yushu was going to make trouble. She gnashed her teeth with hatred, but she couldn't stop it. She could only comfort herself. Even if this girl had a special skill, it couldn't be compared to Chui Xian's spirit-speaking skill. She didn't need to be afraid. In the waterside pavilion, noble consort Shui saw Yushu coming out at the last moment and asked with interest, "What have you prepared?" Yushu smiled. She put down her hands that were bowing and let them hang by her side. The red light on her forehead flickered and her eyes were bright. "Everyone thinks that I'm the champion of the big calculation course, but they forget that I'm also the hide one of the special skill course. Presumably, no one knows that what I'm most proud of is not the calculating method with beads, but a special skill." Her words reminded everyone present that she was a teacher. She was not just a fortune teller, but a person who only appeared once in 10 years. The young ladies from aristocratic families who had looked down on her just now all looked at her seriously. They were tempted by Yushu and wanted to see what she could rely on. Honored consort Shu glanced at noble consort Shui, who was in a good mood, and suddenly said, "What special skill is it? Can it be compared to your glib tongue?" Everyone was silent. Seeing that honored consort Shu's face was as calm as autumn water, they thought that Yushu must have offended this person with her words not long ago. They secretly felt cold sweat for Yushu. "Honored consort Shu, don't worry. Let me keep you in suspense." Yushu didn't care whether honored consort Shu liked her or not. Honored consort Shu's son was Prince Ning. Prince Ning was Ji Xingxuan's ally, and Ji Xingxuan was her archenemy. Prince Ning was not a good person to begin with, and with this, it was enough for Yushu to hate him. Honored consort Shu didn't need to please him, because sooner or later she would offend him. In any case, she was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. With the identity of a person who broke his life, before Jing Chen broke his life, even the emperor had to protect her. What was there for her to be afraid of? Yushu looked around. There was a calculating look in her eyes. She opened her mouth and asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, whose family or friends have passed away in the past 2 years?" Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke for a long time. Most likely, it was because Yushu's previous ferocious performance had left a lingering fear in people's hearts, and no one dared to answer her. Yushu then asked, "It doesn't have to be a relative. It doesn't have to be within the last 1 or 2 years, or if you know the date of death and the date of birth." The 8 characters of the dead were useless, and they didn't need to be as strict as the living. Everyone became even more suspicious. Miss Ning said weakly, and raised her hand. "I have a distant cousin who passed away several months ago." Yushu stopped smiling and said seriously, "You don't have to tell me the specific day or why she passed away. Just tell me when she passed away." Miss Ning recalled for a moment and said, "It was in February." "Do you know when she was born?" "I heard my mother mention it." Yushu nodded, and then walked to the table that Chui Axayan had put up when she performed the spirit-speaking technique. She picked up a brush and called Miss Ning over to write down her cousin's birthday. Only then did she ask for instructions from her superior. "Let me calculate. It will take some time." Noble consort Shui naturally promised her. With so many pairs of eyes watching, she was not afraid that she would lie. Xan Lu ran to the side and helped Yushu grind the ink. In fact, he poked his head to see what she was up to. However, after a while, he felt dizzy and had no idea what she was scribbling on the paper. Yushu didn't care that Xan Lu was peeking. If Xan Lu could understand it, she wouldn't be able to survive. Seeing Yushu's action, everyone knew that she was calculating, but they didn't know what she was calculating. All the disciples of aristocratic families knew that the 8 characters of the dead could be used to predict a person's well-being. However, the 8 characters of the dead couldn't be used to calculate because the cause and effect of the dead had been cut off. Therefore, these people were very puzzled. What could Yushu calculate by asking for the 8 characters of the dead? Shiwen didn't understand, so she asked Chui Axayan in a low voice, "What does she want?" Chui Axayan shook her head, and her eyes were also strange. When a person is dead, the 8 characters of the dead are useless. Shiwen sneered and said, "I think she is deliberately mystifying. Watch carefully so that I can expose her later." Chui Axayan nodded hesitantly. She felt a little uneasy in her heart. She had a premonition that something unexpected would happen tonight. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yushu finally stopped writing. Staring at what she had calculated, she had an idea in her heart. She raised her left hand and pinched her fingers to calculate for a while to avoid making a mistake. Other people only felt that it was mysterious. "Is it done?" Noble consort Shua asked. Yushu nodded and turned to Miss Ning. "Did your cousin die on February 18th, between the hours of the morning and the hour of the morning?" Miss Ning was stunned. After a while, she wanted to nod. "Yes, it was on the morning of February 18th. She died." The scene became quiet. In the crowd, some people's expressions changed slightly. But Yushu was unwilling to call them. She then asked, "If I'm not wrong, she should have a weak constitution. She didn't get treated for a while, so she lost her life because of a serious cold." Miss Ning slowly widened her eyes and looked at Yushu in disbelief. She was so surprised that she stuttered, You, how do you know?" In terms of shock, the 10 people present added together couldn't compare to Miss Ning. It had to be known that her cousin didn't live in the capital when she was alive. It was because her cousin's health wasn't good that her mother mentioned her to her a few times. She had only seen this cousin a few times, but Yushu could accurately tell when she died of illness. Miss Ning's reaction undoubtedly proved Yushu's words. The garden was filled with surprise and doubt. Some people were surprised, but there must be people who didn't believe it. In the waterside pavilion, noble consort Shua and noble consort Shu almost sat up straight at the same time. "Humph, playing tricks," Shiwen pointed out bluntly. "Do you think people are fools?" What can you tell from a dead person's horoscope? You two have colluded long ago. Don't think I don't know that you two are in cahoots. Everyone came to their senses. Oh, it turned out to be collusion. No wonder there was such a strange thing. No. Half of Miss Ning's mind was still in surprise, but she divided the other half to refute. I didn't collude with you, Swansea. Your Grace, don't wrongly accuse me. Before this, I never mentioned anything about my cousin to you, Swansea. Shiwen said, you didn't tell her, but it doesn't mean that you didn't tell others. I don't know where you Swansea heard it, but I don't believe that she has the ability to determine a person's life and death. Not only did Shiwen not believe it, there were so many people present. Although they saw Yushu's divination with their own eyes, they believed that it was true. However, the number of people, especially the children of aristocratic families, at this moment, had the same idea as Shiwen, determining life and death, knowing fortune and misfortune. This was an ability that even the wise sage Ez didn't dare to boast about, especially when it came to life and death. Even the ancestors of their families didn't know much about it. How could a girl who was only 1 or 2 years younger than them have such an amazing ability? What a joke. Chapter 528. Yushu knew that no one would believe that she had such monstrous skills. In fact, if it was her, who had been exposed to the orthodoxy shui since she was young, she would not believe that a young junior suddenly appeared and could do what others could not. Just now, Cui Axayan had exposed Yushu's background. She was a burden who lived under someone else's roof with a widowed mother. She also had a bad birth. With this kind of background, it was unknown what kind of luck she had to be able to amaze everyone in the Diyen examination. If she had the ability to determine life and death, then she was really going against the natural order. Yushu looked at the doubtful and disbelieving faces and saw through everyone's thoughts. Suddenly, a wave of spirit rose in her heart. Today, I will let you bunch of ignorant people learn something. So that people will know that her arrogance was justified. If you don't believe me, it is because you are ignorant. There are hundreds and thousands of strange skills in the world. How many have you heard of? Yushu sneered and questioned, are you saying that what you know is true and what you don't know is false? I want to tell you that it is true that I can determine life and death. However, because of what Yushu whispered to her after she slapped Zhanshu Yuan, Shiwen was sure that Yushu was deliberately making things difficult for her and wanted to steal her golden jade hibiscus. So instead of being angry, she laughed, don't talk nonsense. Although I'm not a disciple of an aristocratic family, I've seen many famous Grady masters in Enling City, but none of them dares to say that they can kill people. You're just a little Grady master who doesn't even know which sect you are from. Who do you think you are? You still dare to boast shamelessly and falsify things here. I advise you to stop as soon as possible. Don't make yourself a laughing stock. The two of them confronted each other with sharp words. In the waterside pavilion, some people frowned, but some people were amused. Duchess Jing shook her head and said, this female fortune teller doesn't know whether she is good or bad. Can that kind of ability be falsified? She is really bold. Empress Shu frowned. Know fortune and misfortune, judge life and death. Anyone who understands these 6 words is already an immortal. Fortune and misfortune can be foreseen, but it's difficult to know. Life and death can be calculated, but it's difficult to determine. This Yushu dares to claim that she can determine death. How arrogant. Noble consort Shui smiled tepidly and twirled the red silk fan in her hand. Since you don't believe me, why don't you ask her? Honored concubine Shu turned to look at her and asked suspiciously, does sister believe it? Me? Noble consort Shui rolled her eyes, revealing her flirtatious expression. Let's wait and see. Empress Shu pondered for a while before shouting at the 2 people who were confronting each other below, all of you, shut up. Shi Wen, go to the side. Yu Shu, come up and talk. Yes. Yu Shu had teased Shi Wen enough. Hearing Empress Shu's call, she closed her mouth and obediently moved a few steps closer to the waterside pavilion. Shi Wen wanted to fight 300 rounds with Yu Shu, but seeing her mother Princess Xiang giving her a look from above, she could only reluctantly stand to the side and stare at Yu Shu, waiting for her to reveal her true colors. Yu Shu, do you know that lying and deceiving in front of noble consort Xue and Ben Gong is not a capital crime? According to the law, you will be punished with 50 lashes. 50 lashes could strip a layer of skin off a person. Empress Shu gave Yu Shu a killing blow as soon as she came up. She was clearly warning her to speak honestly and not try to play tricks. Yu Shu lowered her head and said, I don't dare to speak a single lie. Otherwise, I am willing to be severely punished. Shi Wen snorted inwardly, you will suffer later. It's best if you are beaten to death. Xan Lu held Miss Ning's hand tightly, his face full of worry. He whispered in her ear to ask if it was true or not. Miss Ning's expression was complicated. She wanted to say it was true, but she lacked a bit of confidence. Empress Shu sized up Yu Shu as she said, you said that you can determine life and death. Yu Shu corrected, it's to determine death. Although it was a difference of one word, it had lost half of its meaning, but its power was not reduced in the slightest. It must be known that mortals seek life and fear death. As the saying goes, if you don't die, you live. If you don't live, you die. If you don't differentiate between the two, you can determine death. But Empress Shu did not believe it from beginning to end. She sneered, fine, then you determine when Ben Gong will die. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Regardless of whether they believed in Yu Shu's nonsense, they all hurriedly tried to dissuade her. Nyang Nyang. Nyang Nyang, please reconsider. Nyang Nyang, what are you doing? You are seeking trouble for no reason. Quickly take back your order. Empress Shu said without changing her expression, everyone will die. It's normal to be born, grow old, get sick, and die. But who isn't curious about when they will die? I am just asking. You don't need to panic. Hearing this, noble consort Xue smiled at the side and said nothing. But Yu Shu sensed that Empress Shu was up to no good and set a trap in her words. How could she dare to say that Empress Shu would die? It was not important whether it came true or not. She was afraid that someone would make a fuss about her words later and accuse her of cursing the imperial concubine. She was so smart that she would not do such a stupid thing as digging her own grave. Replying to Empress Shu, I can't do this. Yu Shu flatly refused Empress Shu's request. Who was the one who made a solemn vow just now? Now you are cowardly. Shi Wen interrupted, with an expression of, I know you are fooling people. Yu Shu pretended that she did not hear her barking. Seeing Empress Shu's cold eyes, she explained unhurriedly, Empress Shu just wants to test whether I am lying or not. If I may be so bold to say, you will live forever. Even if I can predict what will happen decades later, what's the use of it now? It's better to test me with a dead person. Whether it is true or false, we will know on the spot. Empress Shu slightly closed her eyes, a dead person. Yu Shu nodded and said, exactly. She looked around again and her eyes stopped on Shi Wen for a moment. She sneered, I heard people say that it is impossible to predict the fate of a dead person. I say not necessarily. It's just that they don't know the method. The last sentence, of course, caused a group of people to be dissatisfied. Yu Shu did not care at all. In her eyes, these children of aristocratic families lived like princes all year round. They only learned the wisdom of their predecessors and did not think about making progress. Most of them were useless. It had been 3 months since the release of the die-in list. Because she openly challenged Han Wenguang at the banquet of Wangji Tower, the matter was so big that everyone forgot that she was not only a fortune teller but also a fortune teller. Yu Shu had the spirit of going all out. Tonight, she not only wanted to snatch the golden jade hibiscus, but she also wanted to step on these children of aristocratic families and make another name for herself. It's a dead person. As long as I know the birth date and the year of death, I can determine when this person passed away or died a violent death. I can also calculate it. Yu Shu made a request. That's fine. I'll do as you say. Empress Shu made a prompt decision. With a wave of her sleeve, she asked someone to prepare a few pieces of paper and pens. She asked everyone on the spot, who has a deceased person. Report it. Empress Shu spoke. The people below were also very efficient. One by one, under the supervision of the eunuch, they recorded the situation of the dead person they knew on the paper. Then, they presented it to Empress Shu. There were 7 or 8 copies. Empress Shu reviewed it. Holding the pieces of paper, she said to Yu Shu seriously, I want to make it clear. Your so-called death by death is not accurate and can't be called it. If you make the slightest mistake, this consort will still hold you accountable for your crimes. You had better think this through. It's not too late to regret now. This consort will only treat you as being young and ignorant and exempt you from your crimes. Otherwise, this consort will definitely not let off someone who dares to speak nonsense so easily. Yu Shu was not frightened. She did not forget to add another sentence. I'm afraid that someone will not tell the truth and disrespect the deceased. This was a hint that someone might lie about the truth. For example, deliberately write that the person who died of illness fell into the water or other disasters, or advance the real date of death by 1 or 2 days. Empress Shu glanced at her and turned to ask outside. Those who left the pen just now, are you sure what you wrote is correct? If I find out that it's not true, I will hold you responsible. Those people looked at each other. Soon, someone stood up and said that he didn't remember clearly. Yu Shu sneered. So, Empress Shu lost 2 pieces of paper in her hand, leaving 5 copies. It was more than enough to verify whether Yu Shu's words were true or false. What else do you want to say? Empress Shu asked at last. Nothing else. Please tell me. Yu Shu looked up and her eyes lit up. Men, go and get the whip first. Empress Shu ordered. After a while, someone took the whip of the prince's mansion. The 4-foot-long vine whip was wrapped around the thorns. It was dark with a little blood, which was daunting. Yu Shu blinked and turned to look at the Dingbo lake with waning lights. She smiled in her heart. Let's see who succeeds first. Yu Shu's calmness in the face of shock immediately made many people puzzled. Why couldn't they see that she was a little afraid? It shouldn't be. No. Cui Xian's eyebrows twitched twice. Shiwen didn't notice her change of expression. She thought that Yu Shu was pretending. Humph, let's see what tricks she has. Just as the group of women were arguing fiercely on the shore, a storm was brewing on the surface of the lake. The men who crossed the shore to grab the raft thought that they had the upper hand. They all rubbed their palms and tried to fish for lanterns in the lake. Unexpectedly, Jing Qin, the cheater, appeared out of nowhere. He used his lightness skill and covered a distance of 10 feet. He was much faster than them on the raft. Shui Rue and Zhu Qingjue caught up later. Both of them saw through Jing Chen's intention and chose to deal with this eyesore guy first. On the bridge, one of them shouted, "Stop the one who can fly." The other shouted, "He is going to sink the real gold wick." Only these 2 shouts were heard by someone on the raft. No one knew who moved first. Seeing Jing Chen passing by, they didn't care who he was and just swept the bamboo pole over. Then, they swung their poles back and forth. It was inevitable that there would be accidental injuries. One after another, people fell into the water. Jing Chen wasn't weak either. He used the force of the pole to land on the raft and easily avoided it. Then, he found a foothold and took off again. However, he didn't fight back. There would always be a chance for someone to trip him up. The speed of the search was slowed down. Zhu Qingjue and Shui Rui seized this opportunity to jump off the bridge as well. Each of them picked up a raft with an owner and settled down nearby. Zhu Qingjue sneered and directly snatched the bamboo pole. She said to the raft owner, "Do you want to jump off yourself or do you want me to give you a lift?" Plop. Shui Rui's smile was extremely amiable, and he swung the fan in his hand to break the bamboo pole that was swung towards him. After that, he passed the 2 pieces of the bamboo pole to the original owner of the raft, and then he cupped his hands and said, "I'm extremely grateful for troubling brother to give me a ride." Chapter 529. There were many people outside the waterside pavilion. The sound of cicadas and whispers mixed with the sound of the zither drifting from the pavilion in the middle of the lake in the distance. Yu Shu stood in front of the people, bending over the table. The white pearls and silver leaves on the hairnet hung down, sticking to her cold cheeks. As she held the brush in her right hand, it shone with the unique light of the crystal, reflecting her focused face. A bunch of incense on the table had burned 70 to 80%. The lake breeze brushed off a wisp of incense ash. At the same time, Yu Shu stopped writing and slowly exhaled. A thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Her body trembled and she held the table to steady herself. The group of people stared at her series of movements and quietened down. "Your Highness, honored consort Shu, I have determined the fate of these 5 dead people." In the waterside pavilion, several people sat up straight. Honored consort Shu glanced at the details on her knees. "Speak." Yu Shu folded a stack of messy paper in her hand and looked around. She found that there were several men in the crowd. They must have been looking for the lanterns on the lake and gave up and came back. Looking again, the lanterns on Dingbo Lake had been extinguished unknowingly. Yu Shu was a little worried. As she dawdled, some people became impatient. "Didn't you Swansea calculate everything? What are you waiting for? We are all anxious to see how you determine life and death. Don't disappoint us. The whip of our Xiang Prince's mansion has never been used on a female Swansea. I don't know if we can set a precedent today." Shiwen didn't let go of any opportunity to ridicule Yu Shu. Yu Shu glanced at her and said in her heart, "I will make you cry later." "Your Highness, ladies," Yu Shu raised her hands and bowed. "Before I die, I have to make it clear, so as not to leave behind a disaster." Honored consort Shu frowned. "So many things. We have been waiting for a long time. It doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. Let her speak." Imperial consort Shui flicked her nails. Honored consort Shu nodded and acquiesced. Yu Shu was standing behind the table. She raised a finger and said, "That's right. First of all, my master is an expert from the mountains, and cannot be compared to the aristocratic clans. However, my death-severing miraculous art is the same as the ultimate art of the aristocratic clans. It is a secret that cannot be passed on to others. Therefore, from today onwards, if anyone covets me, and dares to come looking for trouble with me, then they will have formed an enmity with me." The death-severing art was extremely rare. It was one thing if one didn't believe in it, but if it could win the trust of others, how many people wouldn't be greedy? She had to say the ugly words first so that she could have an explanation for those ignorant people in the future. Then, she raised her second finger and said, "Second of all, people in the 5 elements can't jump out of the samsara of life and death. The death-severing miraculous art can see through the 6 Tao. It is an act against nature, and divination consumes a lot of energy. I have tried my best to do it today, but after this, there will be a disaster. I can't use this art again within 30 days. Therefore, from today onwards, if someone comes looking for me to borrow power, please forgive me for my refusal. To put it bluntly, the death-severing miraculous art was to use her law of the time of calamity to examine the dead. As long as there was enough time, not to mention 5, she could even determine 50. However, the premise was that the person must be dead. She definitely wouldn't let others discover such a loophole. Therefore, she added a restriction to it. On the one hand, it was to confuse the public, and on the other hand, it was an excuse for her to refuse those who came to ask for her divination in the future. She raised her third finger and said, "As for the last point, if I can prove that what I said is true and that the death-severing art is true, I dare to ask all of you present to give me a golden jade hibiscus." This first was said to be a sincere request, but it wasn't a sincere request. Miss Xiao's double brush painting was very outstanding, Cui Xian's spirit speech technique was very magical, and Princess Xiwen's cold cicada was very wonderful. However, all the talents that these 3 people had displayed tonight couldn't be compared to the 2 words, death-severing art. Xiwen's expression twisted for a moment. She stared at Yushu with her eyes, as if she wanted to poke 2 holes in her body. The golden jade hibiscus was hers. Yushu didn't care whether Xiwen was angry or not. After making her last request, she put down the 3 fingers she had raised and waited for the people in the waterside pavilion to answer. Half of the people sitting there looked at noble consort Shui, and the other half looked at consort Shu. What do you think? It was noble consort Shui who asked consort Shu first. Consort Shu looked at Yushu and said coldly, "If she is real, the golden jade hibiscus must be given to her. If it was a fake, these 50 lashes would not be spared." Noble consort Shui made an "oh" sound and smiled at Yushu, saying, "You heard it. Thank you for your permission, Your Highness." Yushu put her hands together and bowed again. Then she straightened her back and flipped open the paper on the table with the deduction result. She lowered her head and glanced at it. The scene became quiet again. No one dared to speak loudly. They stared at Yushu without blinking, for fear that they would mishear her. The first person was born in the 2nd month of the year of Ding Chou and died on the 13th day of the 4th month of the year of Renwu. The cause of death was falling into the water. After Yushu said this, everyone looked at Consort Shu, who had the information. This time, Consort Shu, who had been unsmiling all night, was stunned for a moment. Noble Consort Shui's eyes flashed and she asked softly, "Sister, is what she said correct?" Consort Shu was called back to reality by her. She hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "Yes, one is correct." Yushu didn't give the people at the banquet a chance to react and immediately reported. The second person was born in the 7th month of the year of Jiazi and died on the 18th day of the 6th month of the year of Xinzi. He died of illness. Consort Shu. That's right. She had deduced the time and cause of death of 2 people in a row. The people around her gasped, and there were even people who had goosebumps on their arms. The third person was born, died, because of a bloody disaster. He died of a sword. I think he was a general. Consort Shu lowered her head and looked at the list of the young generals who had died at the border last year. Then she raised her head to look at Yushu, who was calm and unruffled. She thought of the news that the Double Yang group had spread to the palace a while ago. Suddenly, she felt a chill in her heart. This evil female fortune teller was on King Jing's side. She read the information on the paper carefully again. If she could find a single mistake in Yushu, she could punish her with 50 lashes and cripple her. However, Yushu's deduction was shockingly accurate. That's right. A cold light flashed in Consort Shu's eyes. There was a saying that nothing should happen more than 3 times. After Yushu had deduced the third person, the guests present all had a feeling of being in the clouds and not knowing the fog. More than half of the people's suspicions were severely shaken. There were even some who were already convinced. Their faces were aghast and they couldn't help but lose their composure. "There's a trap, there must be a trap," Shiwen muttered. Her 10 fingers were twisted together, and her charming face was shrouded in a layer of haze. Chui Axayan turned her head to look at her, her eyes flashing. At this time, Yushu had already mentioned the fourth person. The people at the banquet secretly swallowed their saliva. Seeing Consort Shu nod with a stiff face, they finally couldn't help but burst into an uproar in the silence. Correct again, correct again. How many is this? It's the fourth, right? Oh my god, this female fortune teller isn't bragging. She can really determine life and death. Correctly matching one person could be said to be a fluke. Correctly matching 2 people could be said to have a knack. Correctly matching 3 people meant that there was real information. Correctly matching 4 people, could it be fake? Imperial Consort Shue held the side of her face with one hand and quietly glanced at Consort Shu's face. A faint smile overflowed from the corner of her mouth. Duchess Jing was also moved. At this moment, how could she still remember the harsh words she had said to Yushu at the beginning? She leaned half of her body to ask Consort Shu, "Your Highness, did you see wrongly? Is it really correct again?" Consort Shu took a deep breath and nodded in annoyance. Hearing the discussion outside, she coldly slapped the table. "Paw! Everyone, be quiet. Let her finish." 5 dead people. There was still 1 left. At this time, everyone was nervous. Their mouths were dry. They couldn't tell whether they hoped that Yushu would be more correct or hoped that she would be wrong. Yushu stood in a bright place and took in the various expressions of the audience. Pride welled up in her heart and she silently recited a sentence. Next, it was time to witness a miracle. The 5th person was born in the 1st month of the year of Yi Mao and died on the 7th day of the 4th month of this year. He should have fallen off a horse and died. Consort Shu lowered her head and looked at the paper. After a moment of silence, she turned her head and looked at Imperial Consort Shui. Her gaze fell on the face of a beautiful peony. Seeing the lazy smile on her face, she had an impulse to tear the paper in her hand into pieces. She closed her eyes, raised her hand, and handed the thin pieces of paper to noble Consort Shui. "Sister, take a look yourself." Imperial Consort Shui took the paper and glanced at it. There was not a trace of surprise on her face. She handed the paper to the palace maid behind her and showed it to the others. For a moment, the expressions of everyone in the waterside pavilion changed. Outside the waterside pavilion, a group of people waited anxiously. Among the people on the shore, apart from Imperial Consort Shui, Yushu was the calmest. She tidied up her sleeves and looked at the movements in the distance. She was not worried at all. Imperial Consort Shui waited for the papers to be passed around before she lightly clapped her right palm with her left hand and said, "At such a young age, he has mastered the art of determining death. It's rare that he is loyal and filial. This golden jade hibiscus, Yu Swansea fully deserves it." The conclusion was made. Instantly, there was a series of gasps below. Some people sighed. Perhaps they felt it was a pity, but they were convinced, a female Swansea could determine life and death. Tonight would be another strange story. Yushu raised her head and looked at the crescent moon in the sky. She sucked in a breath of cool air and smiled. Then, she let down her sleeves and bowed to Imperial Consort Shui. "Thank you for your grace, Imperial Consort Shui." The palace maid beside Imperial Consort Shui went to the back of the soft couch and brought out 2 beautifully carved red sandalwood boxes, one long and one short. There were no doubt 2 golden jade hibiscus in them. Imperial Consort Shui took the short wooden box and placed it on her lap. She opened it and put her hand inside. Yu Shu looked at it. She was very curious about what the legendary golden jade hibiscus looked like. In the next moment, she saw Imperial Consort Shui's left hand holding a ball of sparkling purple clouds. Everyone's eyes blurred. Yu Shu was shocked. When she looked again, it was a palm-sized hibiscus carved with purple jade and gold. Yu Shu, come forward. Imperial Consort Shui smiled and called Yu Shu to her front. She personally placed the golden jade hibiscus in her hand. Yu Shu carefully took it. When she looked down, her heart rippled and she secretly said, "Oh my." The purple crystal that she had raised was very beautiful, but it paled in comparison to the lifelike flower in her hand. The purple jade was made of petals. Each petal was as light as a gauze. There were thousands of petals stacked on top of each other. Golden dewdrops dotted the petals. The stamen of the flower was the lotus, containing small golden gems. It was breathtakingly beautiful. As long as it was a woman, it was likely that no woman would be able to resist the charm of this golden jade hibiscus. When everyone saw that Yu Shu had obtained the golden jade hibiscus, they were extremely envious. It wasn't that no one was envious, but their skills were not as good as hers. How could they be a match for her? Yu Shu expressed her gratitude again. She proudly held the golden jade hibiscus and left the waterside pavilion. However, at this time, problems arose. "I don't accept this." Hearing this low roar, Yu Shu turned her head and saw Shi Wen's face burning red with anger and jealousy. Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and smiled maliciously. She raised the golden jade hibiscus in her hand a little higher. With her back facing the waterside pavilion, at an angle that only Shi Wen could see, she raised her index finger and provocatively shook it at her. Chapter 530. Shi Wen stared at the golden jade hibiscus that Yu Shu was holding in front of her chest. She had deliberately planned these days and staked everything on one throw, but in the end, it ended up with someone else. She really could not accept such a result. Yu Shu's provocative action completely broke her rationality. Without the golden jade hibiscus, she could not ask cousin Rui to marry her. She could not stay in the capital. The emperor would marry her to the north to appease the infamous prince of Dongjing. The golden jade hibiscus was hers. It could only be hers. "I don't accept it. Yu Lianfang, you used tricks and won unfairly. Do you dare to compete with me again? If you win, you can take the golden jade hibiscus. If you lose, the golden jade hibiscus will belong to me." In the waterside pavilion, noble consort Shui frowned slightly. Duchess Jing wondered softly, "I see that the princess is usually clever and well-behaved. What's wrong with you today? It's as if someone stepped on your tail." Princess Xiang's complexion was very bad. Yu Shu was in a good mood. Seeing Shi Wen pestering her, she smiled and said, "Princess, do you think that my brain is not good? The golden jade hibiscus is already in my pocket. Why should I compete with you again? Regardless of whether I will lose or not, even if I win against you again, the golden jade hibiscus will still be mine. There is no benefit at all. You, on the other hand, want to gain something for nothing. You wish." In the past, when Yu Shu and Shi Wen faced each other, they still had some scruples in their words. But now, she could cut whoever she didn't like. "If you're afraid, just say it. Don't waste your breath. I'm asking you, do you dare or not?" Shi Wen broke free from Cui Xian's pole and walked a few steps in front of Yu Shu. She raised her hand and pointed at her nose. Yu Shu stopped smiling. Just when everyone thought that she would refuse again, she raised her hand and grabbed Shi Wen's thin and sharp finger. She took a step forward and lowered her head to the ear of Shi Wen, who was half a head shorter than her. She lowered her voice and said coldly, "It's not that I don't dare, it's that I disdain. I've already told you, it's true that I can predict death. I can calculate your evil intentions clearly. You want to use a dead person to threaten my big brother. Do you think you can get what you want?" When Shiwen heard this, she was in a daze. Then, she suffocated and her face slowly lost its color. It's over. This time it's over. Others might not understand Yushu's words, but Shiwen had a guilty conscience. How could she not understand what she meant? Shiwen was determined to fight for the golden jade hibiscus. To put it bluntly, she was relying on the fact that she had witnessed the process of the 10th princess falling from the building. She paved the way in the light and in the dark, forcing Shui Rui to take this road. But she didn't expect that Yushu would appear and intercept her halfway. Not only did she snatch the golden jade hibiscus, but she also knew the art of absolute death. After tonight, Xiang Wangfei and her husband would definitely be aware of Shi Wen's intentions. They would keep a close eye on her and would not give her another chance to avoid that marriage. Shi Wen's hope was shattered by this sudden blow. Looking at the mocking expression on Yushu's face that only she could understand, her heart was filled with hatred. But her heart was blocked by phlegm and she couldn't say a word. The bystanders saw that Princess Shi Wen, who had been furious just a moment ago, had suddenly turned into a frosted eggplant. They were very baffled. "What are you two whispering about?" Duchess Jing Furen asked. Yushu casually smiled and said, replying to Lao Furen, "Didn't Princess Shiwen want to compete with me again? I was discussing with her how to compete." "Compete for what?" Xiang Wangfei said unhappily, "Nyang Nyang has already given the golden jade hibiscus to you, so it's yours. Don't mess around with her. Come, help Princess Shiwen down to rest." Xiang Wangfei gave the order. Two servant girls from the Wang Fu came forward and supported the absent-minded Shiwen on the left and right. Shi Wen's entire body froze. She did not struggle and only glanced at Yushu before allowing the servants to support her. In that glance, Yushu understood. Shi Wen had given up on Shui Rui and at the same time, completely hated her. Yushu expressed no pressure regarding this. She had many enemies, but the one that could make her afraid had not appeared yet. One golden jade hibiscus had an owner. Whether or not the remaining one could be taken home would depend on the performance of the male guests tonight. Under all kinds of gazes, Yushu held the golden jade hibiscus and retreated to the side. Xan Lu immediately squeezed to her side. As he enviously looked at the vibrant hibiscus in her hands, he patted his chest and said with lingering fear, "Lianfang, you really scared me to death just now. I was afraid that you would make a mistake and get whipped. Luckily, you have the skill." "Tut tut, if my old ancestor hears about it, he will definitely invite you to my house as a guest." Yushu handed the spoils in her hands to the envious Xan Lu. She emptied her hands and put them around her shoulders. She hugged her tightly and said with a smile, "Good Lu, you are so loyal. You were really good at helping me scold people for a while. I don't know who to help." Xan Lu proudly raised her nose and focused all her attention on the purple jade hibiscus. Yushu thanked Miss Ning who stood up for her bravely. She looked around and asked, "Where is Situ?" Miss Ning shook her head. "I saw her with young Master Qi at the beginning of the banquet, but I haven't seen her since." She asked Xan Lu again, but she did not know either. "Should we go and look for her?" Miss Ning suggested softly. "Tonight's banquet, people are allowed to walk around in Dingbua House. Maybe Miss Situ wandered somewhere else and got lost." Yushu frowned. Situ Qinglan was a very cautious person. She should not wander around on such an occasion. Isn't that Sister Situ?" Xan Lu looked around and suddenly pointed in a direction. Yushu looked over and saw Situ Qinglan walking quickly towards the crowd on the path beside the flower pond. Soon, she also saw them. Sister Situ, where have you been? Xan Lu and the others came to her and asked her. Situ Qinglan smiled bitterly and covered her mouth with one hand. She whispered to them embarrassedly, I went to pee and lost my maid on the way. I almost got out of Dingbua house. I made a lot of turns and finally came back. I missed something important. Yushu looked at her thoughtfully. Xan Lu said, then you came here for nothing. Didn't you see how awesome the lotus room is? Then she showed off the golden jade hibiscus in her hand in front of her. Situ Qinglan was surprised and asked what happened. Xan Lu then told her excitedly. She added a lot of oil and vinegar. In summary, there was only one sentence. Yushu got the golden jade hibiscus in seconds. Situ Qinglan was very surprised when she first heard that Yushu could decide life and death. However, the golden jade hibiscus was in front of her. She had to believe it. Yushu interrupted Xan Lu and said, well, you guys can talk about my story later. Didn't you see that people are all going to the bridge to watch the fun? Let's go there too. Noble concubine Shui didn't force them to stay on the shore. She waved her hand and they all went to the bridge to watch the fun. Xan Lu was afraid that the golden jade hibiscus would fall. After playing with it for a while, she reluctantly returned it to Yushu. It was not convenient for Yushu to walk with such a precious thing. So she asked them to go to the bridge first. She stayed behind and asked the noble in the waterside pavilion for a short rosewood box. Noble concubine Shui generously gave it to her. Yushu put the box under her armpit and went to find Xan Lu and Situ Qinglan. Before she reached the bridge, she was stopped by someone from behind. You Swansea, wait. Yushu stopped and raised her eyebrows. She turned around and saw Rui Zizhu catching up with her in small steps. As soon as she got in front of her, she lowered her head and pulled the hem of her skirt nervously. She was too shy to speak. Yushu waited for a while. She didn't say anything. She secretly rolled her eyes and said, what's the matter? What happened tonight? It's my fault. I'm sorry. Yushu looked at her ashamed look. She squeezed out a smile and asked, Miss Rui, when did I offend you? Ah. Rui Zizhu said slowly, no, you didn't offend me. Yushu's eyes turned cold. Then why did you slander me? She couldn't figure it out. Tonight, these girls joined hands to target her. Shi Wen and Zhan Shuiyuan both had a grudge against her. Cui Axan relied on Prince Xiang's mansion, so she would naturally listen to Shi Wen's orders. But this Rui Zizhu had no grudge against her. She was the daughter of the Earl and the niece of the Empress. How did she become Shi Wen's henchman? There must be something wrong with this Rui Zizhu. Rui Zizhu was stumped by Yushu's question. Her face turned red again. She hesitated and didn't know where to start. Since I didn't offend you, you maliciously slandered me and almost got me kicked out of the banquet. How can I let it go with just an apology? Didn't Princess Shi Wen warn you when she ordered you to do this? I'm petty and vengeful. I'm never willing to suffer a loss. Hearing Yushu's cold words, Rui Zizhu took half a step back guiltily. She bit her lips and turned her head to avoid Yushu's piercing gaze. With a little grievance, she explained in a small voice, I believed Shi Wen's words and mistakenly thought that you and young Master Shui had an affair. She said that you would take the golden jade hibiscus and give it to young Master Shui. Yushu blinked her eyes and came to a sudden realization. So the problem doesn't lie with me, it's because of Shui Rui's rotten peaches again. Then you must not know why Princess Shi Wen insisted on fighting for the golden jade hibiscus. Rui Zizhu asked suspiciously, isn't it for collection? Collection? Hee, she wanted to take the golden jade hibiscus and let your sweetheart marry her. Yushu maliciously told the truth to the little sheep in front of her. Rue Ziju opened her mouth in shock and blurted out, "That's impossible." She knew that our two families were going to discuss the marriage. What? Rue Ziju realized that she had said something wrong and quickly covered her mouth. She was so embarrassed and angry that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. How could an unmarried girl casually talk about marriage? It was so embarrassing. You Swansea, what I said just now, please, don't go around saying it. Yushu slowly swallowed her breath to avoid showing her fierce expression and frightening the little sheep. Don't worry, I won't say it. Chapter 531. Hearing about Shui Rui's marriage for the first time, Yushu was not in the mood to hold a grudge. She dismissed Rue Ziju with a few words and walked to the bridge with her heart full of worries. At this time, there were people standing everywhere on the bridge. Xan Lu and the others grabbed a good position with a good view. When they saw Yushu, they waved her over. The lanterns on the surface of the lake were not as bright as they were at the beginning, but they still clearly illuminated the figures on the surface of the lake. There were about a dozen wooden rafts floating on the water. There were people on the rafts holding poles, rowing across the surface of the water and scattering the lotus lanterns. Looking carefully, some of the rafts were empty. In the distant lake, there seemed to be a few unlucky people who fell into the water and were swimming to the shore. The first person Yushu saw was not Shui Rue, but Jing Qin, who was dressed in white and passing by on the water. She saw the people on the rafts waving their poles to stop him, but he easily dodged them, causing a group of girls on the bridge to scream. After that, they began to talk about him, and he had a few more admirers. Yushu's eyes stopped on the white figure for a moment, and then moved away. Then she saw Shui Rue and others. She almost laughed when she saw him. On this lake, other people laboriously paddled with a pole, stopping and walking, bending over to pick up the lanterns to examine them. But he had found a coolie to paddle in front of him, and he leisurely sat on the back of the green raft, with 7 or 8 lanterns by his side that had been examined, and in one hand he held a lantern that had just been fished out of the water. His leisurely look was not like someone who came to rob, but a refined scholar who came to visit the lake. Look, cousin Shui is over there. Xian Lu pointed in the direction of Shui Rue and pulled Yushu's sleeve. Yes, I see him. Just as the female guests were displaying her skills, the men on the lake had also gone through a fight. There were more than 30 male guests. Excluding those who had fallen into the water, those who had retreated, and those who had given up, there were only 7 or 8 people who were still searching for the pure gold wick. Lotus Room, who do you think will find the lamp first? Situ Qinglan suddenly turned around and asked Yushu. Big brother Shui. Yushu said without thinking. Unexpectedly, she was in the limelight tonight, and the girls around her were paying attention to her all the time. Hearing that she was so sure, someone asked timidly, was the operator remainder calculated by divination? Yushu turned her head and glanced at the girl who spoke. She smiled and shook her head, I guessed. Then I hope you're right. Otherwise, Shui Rue is going to be a villain tonight. A sarcastic remark floated into Yushu's ears. Several girls turned around and saw Lu Yi in a black robe with gold on his forehead. He was standing a few steps away from them, staring at Yushu with a pair of slightly gloomy eyes. They didn't know where this person came from. Looking at his clean clothes, it was obvious that he had not been in the water. The 11th Prince. All the girls hurriedly saluted, and Yushu also curtsied hastily, trying to ignore Lu Yi's uncomfortable eyes. But she wanted to ignore Lu Yi, but Lu Yi didn't want to ignore her. He stared at Yushu for a while, and suddenly laughed. You look a bit beautiful when you're dressed up. Yushu frowned. It was obvious that this guy was flirting with her. Yushu didn't hear wrongly. Lu Yi was indeed flirting with her. As early as during the Shuangyang sect, when he broke into the guest room and tried to defile her, he had already had some thoughts about her. Later, he learned from Ji Xingxuan that Yu Shu didn't have a Daoist master as a background, which made him even angrier. Thus, he deliberately found an actress who looked like Yu Shu to fool around with. When he was tired of playing with her, he took a break for a while. Tonight, seeing Yu Shu's unusual cold and elegant appearance, evil thoughts rose in his mind. It was also because he didn't stay outside the waterside pavilion to watch the fun and missed a wonderful show. He still didn't know that Yu Shu had obtained the golden jade hibiscus with the help of the death-severing strange art. Otherwise, even if his heart was itching, he would have to restrain himself. Lu Yi teased Yu Shu. Seeing that she didn't respond with a cold expression, he was a little displeased. He took a step forward and walked to Yu Shu's side. Looking at the lake, he said, "This group of people searched for half the night and still couldn't find anything. Really useless." Finishing, he turned to look at Yu Shu. Still, he ignored him. Lu Yi stared at her slender and well-proportioned figure as his eyes spun about, and then he said, "I can see that you're very confident in that big brother of yours. Then do you want to make a bet with me as well? If Shui Rui doesn't find that lamp in the end, then I want something from you, and if Shui Rui finds that lamp, then you can take whatever you want from me." Yu Shu originally didn't want to pay attention to Lu Yi. However, seeing him shamelessly approaching her, her heart was itching. She wanted to teach this bastard a lesson. Thus, her eyes flashed and she said, "I can't take what your highness has on you. Why don't you change it? If my big brother finds the lotus lantern with a real gold wick, you will listen to one of my instructions. How about it?" Lu Yi hesitated. He still remembered the beating he received from Yu Shu at the Double Sun's gathering. He was afraid that she was deliberately making things difficult for him. "It's fine if you are afraid of losing." Lu Yi was a person who cared about his face the most. How could he admit that he was afraid? He stubbornly said, "What am I afraid of? You better not go back on your words later." "Humph, if I win, I will make her take off her dudu and give it to me." Lu Yi's eyes flashed and he reached out to Yu Shu. "Come, let's make a deal by high-fiving." Yu Shu smiled. "No need. With so many people as witnesses, your highness will not go back on your words. I am a man of my words." Lu Yi put down his hand resentfully. Seeing that the two had made a deal, everyone began to whisper. Xian Lu leaned over to Yu Shu's ear and whispered, "Are you sure that cousin Shui can snatch it? I think the 11th prince is up to no good. He will definitely make things difficult for you later." Yu Shu patted her head. "Don't worry. He won't." She stared fixedly at the figure sitting cross-legged on the bamboo raft on the lake. She didn't know where her confidence came from, but she was absolutely certain that the other golden jade hibiscus tonight would definitely be his. "Official Shui, have you found it?" Shui Rui placed a lantern in his hand. Hearing a call from behind him, he turned to see Zhu Qingjue paddling over. Shaking his head, he picked up another lantern. Zhu Qingjue glanced at the scattered lanterns around him and asked suspiciously, "Why did you pick up so many lanterns?" Shui Rui smiled and said, "I'll bring it to my sister when we reach the shore. Girls all like such exquisite things." Zhu Qingjue scoffed, "Official Shui is indeed a man who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. You live up to your reputation as a playboy." Shui Rui glanced at him while seeming to be lost in thought, and then he placed his attention back onto the lantern in his hand. He first looked at the ordinary lantern wick that was covered by oiled paper, and then he stretched his hand to the base of the lantern and touched it imperceptibly. Zhu Qingjue paddled to the other side with the bamboo pole and missed the flash of joy on Shui Rui's face. Only when he was far away did Shui Rui flip the lantern in his hand over, and on the round base, a faint word could be vaguely seen. It was embroidered with a needle and thread, and if one didn't look carefully, they would really not be able to distinguish it. There were 6,000 lanterns on the lake. Not all of them had words embroidered on them, and not all of them had the same word. Noble consort Shui had set a trap and used a limited number of wooden rafts to attract people's attention. She wanted them to wholeheartedly search for the real gold wick and ignore the ordinary lanterns. Only Shui Rui was meticulous and had guessed noble consort Shui's intentions from the start. He did not fall for it. Like the others, he mistook this battle of intelligence as a battle of luck. Deep. Shui Rui softly recited the words on it. His gaze swept over the 11 lanterns beside him. He brought them up to his eyes and looked at them one by one, piecing together the words. Steady, waves, seek, see, and, difficult, seek, true, heart, tread all over, steady waves, hard, to find, true, and, seek, the deepest. Tread all steady waves, difficult to find, true, and seek the deepest. These 12 words clearly pointed out the direction in which the lantern was hidden. Shui Rui's eyes suddenly brightened. He put down the lantern in his hand and stood up from the bamboo raft. Looking around, he quickly found the place he was looking for. "Brother, I'll have to trouble you to go over there," he said to the unlucky youth who had become his coolie, pointing at the small pavilion in the middle of the lake. That person accepted his fate and paddled in the direction he was pointing. The moment Shui Rui moved, many people noticed. Not only those floating on the lake, but also those watching from the bridge. Yushu saw that Shui Rui suddenly stood up and the raft under his feet flew in a direction, ignoring the scattered lanterns on both sides. She was puzzled. Where is he going? Zhu Qingjue turned her head and saw Shui Rui's movement. Without saying anything, she changed the direction of the raft and chased after him. The other people who were wandering on the lake saw them running one after another. They also felt that something was wrong and cleverly followed behind them. In a short while, the 4 or 5 people who were still on the lake followed behind Shui Rui. Seeing that everyone was heading in that direction, Jing Chen hesitated whether he should follow them or not. At this moment, Shui Rui's raft stopped beside the small pavilion in the middle of the lake. Shui Rui stood on the raft and looked around. Strangely, there was not a single lantern within 10 feet of the pavilion. Tread on the steady waves and find it hard to find. Sincerely seek the deepest. He repeated these words again, and then slowly lowered his head to look at the pitch-black, bottomless lake beneath his feet. The steady waves lake was 10 feet deep. His swimming ability was average. In just a short while, Zhu Qingjue caught up and stopped beside Shui Rui. He looked around but did not see anything special. Only Shui Rui was staring at the lake. He teased, "What is Lord Shui doing here? Did the lantern fall into the lake?" Unexpectedly, Shui Rui raised his head and looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. He said, "So you also have a brain. If I said that the lantern was hidden under this pavilion, would you believe me? Under the lake. What kind of joke was this? You have a brain, but you are still lacking in courage." Shui Rui shook his head at Zhu Qingjue and showed a look of pity. He ignored Zhu Qingjue's rolling eyes and cupped his hands towards the young man who had been supporting him. He said, "Brother, I have one last favor to ask of you." What? You counted to 200. If you still don't see me coming up, then call for help. Shui Rui tossed down the fan in his hand and tied up the hem of his clothes, then he fiercely plunged forward into the water. Plop! Seeing this scene, Zhu Qingjue was stunned. The people who followed behind were also stunned. The people who were watching from the bridge were all stunned. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.